needs constant electronic video stimulation when there's ball in a cup? Mexico's favorite toy for over 340 years. Toss the ball, catch it in the cup. Dump it out of the cup, toss it, and catch it in the cup again. The ball is on a string and attached to the cup, so there's no worry if you don't catch the ball in the cup, and cleanup is as easy as catching a ball in a cup. So why spend another day not catching a ball in a cup when you could be catching a ball in a cup?
Ball in a cup, ball in a cup, it's a ball in a cup. Ball in a cup, ball in a cup.
Okay, guys, good morning. Welcome to today's stream. Guys, it's so good to see you. Holy moly. Down a little bit. Lazy Sunday with 28 months. Lazy Sunday. Thank you so much. It's your namesake today. Good morning, guys. Who's that? Wuda, Conduit, General Martok, Lazy Sunday, Crookja, Sobek Senpai, Flare. What is that? Flatherback, Nincompoop, Smooth Tempo, Super Planet, Paxius, Shadow Rhymes, Jen. What is that name? Axiexis? Blood Tundra? Symphonia? Rakoshu? Rain Wizard Casually Yo? So Krystal reacted to your analysis of Child Man Husband? No, I don't. Well, I'm not aware of that. That would be fun to watch, but I am not aware that she ever did that. Ifrain, good morning, Pesky. No request. Striker, Big Sack, Small Nuts. Thank you so much for the primer. Appreciate it. How are we all doing today, guys? How was your weekends? What'd you guys do? Tell you what I did. I put up my best groupings yet. What am I talking about, you might ask? I did that shit. Look at that. Look at that shit. Look at that. Look at that, you guys. It's like I'm growing. I'm evolving. I'm changing. Improving. Upgrading. That's pretty good for 5 yards. Technically, this is from 6 yards. Just so you know. You would be surprised at how difficult it is to get tight groupings even within 6 yards. First of all, how many yards in a foot? Or how many feet in a yard? Is a yard just 3 feet? What the fuck? Is it literally just 3 feet? Yeah, this is almost 20 feet away. It's not that easy. I'm saying it's not that easy. Pretty difficult. The first one here, this is with the semi-auto. This is 10 rounds, and then all the rest of these are with the big boy, with the 44 Magnum. Flair the back, thanks so much for the tier 1 membership. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. You're so good at it because your head looks like a bullet. Damn. That's fucking brutal. Okay. Should we just jump right into it, guys? Should we just get on into it? Zohran Mamdani was interviewed on NBC News, Meet the Press this morning. Let's check in with Zohran and see how he's doing. Whoops.
Mayor Mamdani, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be back.
Well, it's wonderful to have you here to talk about your first 100 days in office. We really appreciate the opportunity, and there is a lot to cover. So let's dive right in. Let's start big picture. You came into office.
This guy's fucking smile. I don't trust it. It's too slick, you guys. Nobody is that slick. What is he hiding? I don't know.
You made sweeping promises on the campaign trail. I'll name a few: freezing the rent, free and fast buses, universal child care. Here we are 100 days in to your tenure as mayor. Are you still confident you can deliver on all of your promises that you made to New Yorkers?
Yes, I am. And I'm confident of that because of what we've seen over this 100 days. On day 8, we announced a $1.2 billion agreement with Governor Kathy Hochul to put our city on the pathway to universal child care. We are not only providing free child care for every 3-year-old in the city, we're now doing it.
Again, my understanding was that Hochul had already been working on that, and that she brought him into the tent to sort of intentionally try to give him partial credit for that, to, I guess, have a good relationship with him. Let me look into that a little bit here. Hang on.
As well. And by the end of our first term, we will see every single 2-year-old receiving free child care across the 5 boroughs of New York City.
And we're going to talk about child care and a number of your other policies. You're also facing a $5.4 billion budget shortfall. You are required by law to balance the budget. Are you confident you can accomplish all of the promises that you made in your first term, in one term?
So I've always said that we would accomplish all of these promises by the time that I'm done being the mayor, and I'm fully.
So for Hochul, her administration had been expanding subsidies, strengthening pre-K, and publicly committing to long-term universal childcare vision prior to Mamdani's inauguration. For example, she had been discussing statewide universal pre-K and universal child care goals for months, and her office emphasized that these efforts predated the partnership with Mamdani. Did she give Mamdani partial credit? Yes, in a political collaborative sense. In the January 2026 joint announcement, Hochul framed the initiative as a partnership with Mamdani, repeatedly highlighting their joint commitment and presenting the rollout of free childcare for 2-year-olds as something they were doing together. She praised the movement Mamdani had helped build and publicly aligned herself with his universal child care agenda. This framing effectively gives him partial credit, even though the underlying statewide child care expansion was already underway before he took office. Okay, that was my understanding.
fully confident of doing exactly that. And as you said, we inherited the largest fiscal crisis that the city has seen since the Great Recession. Frankly, this dwarfs even that. When we first came into office, we were looking at $12 billion. And thanks to the work that we did, the savings, the allocations of our reserves, the commitment from the governor, we were able to bring that down to $5.4 billion. Now what we're seeing is the importance of not just finalizing the city.
Axel says free childcare was a long time coming in New York City prior to Mamdani being mayor. It was going back and forth in the state legislature for a while too. I guess it could be argued that while Mamdani was a city council member or council member, he also advocated for it, but that role isn't that substantial. Gotcha.
Budget process, but the state budget process, and we're actually just.
Do you think he would have won if he was bald? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. This hair, I think, is a crucial part of his look.
A day from the moment when the governor announced that we will be pursuing a pied-à-terre tax, which will be a tax on the properties of the wealthiest of the wealthy. And we're so excited to be working with her on exactly that because it will raise $500 million for New York City, and it will do so on an annual basis.
And we are going to get to taxes momentarily, but do you think you can accomplish all of your promises to New Yorkers, or do you think you would need a second term in order to promise and achieve the sweeping promises you made?
I'm going to just knock on wood over here for the second term. But look, I've said time and again that when I was running for mayor, New Yorkers would come up to me. They would say one of three things typically. They were talking about freezing the rent, making buses fast and free, delivering universal childcare. In this first 100 days, we had 6 vacancies on the Rent Guidelines Board that determines whether or not that decision will be made. We filled all 6 of them. They're an independent board. They'll make their decision this summer. When it comes to universal childcare, we talked about the $1.2 billion. When it comes to making our buses fast and free, we're already delivering on the fast. We are speeding up buses for more than 1 million New Yorkers, putting back up to 6 minutes back into their lives each trip. And we're doing this because we currently have the slowest buses in the United States of America. And we're working with Albany to make those buses free. And we're confident by the time that we are done with our administration, we will have delivered on these 3 central promises.
So you got the fast part for the buses, the free part. What specifically do you think you will have accomplished by the end of this first year?
By the end of this first year, what we're going to see is us delivering these 2,000 free childcare for 2-year-olds across New York City. It's going to be 12,000 by the end of next year.
Okay.
Every single 2-year-old by the end of 4 years. When it comes to our buses, we will have sped up the process for buses for more than 1 million New Yorkers. What this means is 20% increases in speed across 45 priority corridors.
But buses won't be free by the end of your first.
We're working with Albany right now, and we're still confident that there is a part of this budget that could start that process of making buses free. We have 1 bus route free in New York City right now. We're excited at the prospect of building that out before we deliver it for every bus route.
And just to be very clear, to put a fine point on this, I don't hear you committing to being able to accomplish everything.
Yeah, that doesn't sound that sounds a little wishy-washy. We're confident that we can start the process of having free buses? That doesn't sound very confident.
With 1 term.
I've always been hopeful of getting 2 terms, but I've always said to New Yorkers that we would accomplish everything with however much time that we get.
Days ago, you announced that your first of 5 planned free government-run grocery stores will open next year in East Harlem. In response, grocery store magnate John Castamatidis says he can't compete with city-run grocery stores selling food for free.
Well, Hutch, let me tell you about the Green Lantern theory of politics. Oh, boy.
If private grocers start closing because of your policy, will your policy have been a failure, or do you simply see that as the cause
Ooh,
of
that's a good question.
your grocery store plan?
So I just want to correct you on one thing. These are not free groceries. These are cheaper groceries. We've always said that we would have 1 city-run grocery store in each borough, and they would provide cheaper groceries, and we're going to do that by guaranteeing it through a basket of essential items, the kinds of things that New Yorkers need from their grocery store, but they haven't been able to budget for. We're talking about bread and eggs, the staples that have been skyrocketing. Now, I know that, grocery prices have been increasing across the country, but they've been increasing at an even higher rate in New York City. Our goal here is to deliver cheaper groceries to New Yorkers. That's what we want the outcome to be. John is someone that I've had the pleasure of getting to know, someone who's been a big part of New York City life, and I'm excited. This
one of all of his proposals, I think, was my least favorite. The government-owned grocery stores. I've always been kind of on that policy. These grocery stores, they only operate at like a 1 to 2% profit margin. And, you know, if you start introducing government owned and operated grocery stores and then like squeezing prices down, that's going to be good for consumers, but there's a lot of like ma and pa grocery stores in New York City, as I understand. And if they can't compete with the government grocery stores, that could be a problem. That could end up being a real big problem for them. What is the downside? Well, there's that. And then there's also just the idea that as I understand it, there have been government run grocery stores that have had some success in the past, but they've been in more rural areas, like really underserved areas. Some people describe some spots in New York City as a food desert. I don't know how true this is. Do we have any New York City people in my chat? Can you confirm? Are there actual food deserts in New York City? That's true, Hutch. No, but I mean, like, does anybody live there? Can you guys confirm? Why go to a corner store for anything when a grocery store is free? Well, to be clear, so what he didn't say was that it would be like a government-owned grocery store where everything is free. I don't think that was his promise. He was saying it would be run by the government and ostensibly would have like lower prices. I'm not sure. In any case, we have had government run grocery stores that have had some success, but these are in underserved areas. And so he was promising a government run grocery store in every borough of New York City, and not every borough is underserved. And so I don't know. To me, that was like, of all of his policies, that was the one that I was the most skeptical of. Like, nah, I don't know about that. We'll see. He also did an interview with NPR, so he's making the rounds here.
When you were campaigning, President Trump did have names for you. He called you a communist lunatic, and you had names for him. You called him a fascist. Now that you've met with him, that you've spoken with him multiple times, do you still think he's a fascist?
Yes.
And do you tell him that?
Yes. Look at the war in Iran today. We're talking about a federal administration that has spent close to $30 billion killing thousands of people at a time when working class people across this country cannot afford the bare minimum.
Are you included?
There are disadvantaged communities in all boroughs, and again, the government would administer the stores, but third-party vendors would run them. Okay. I think young people probably have an overly optimistic idea of what those stores will look like. Maybe.
In these conversations about the future of the party.
In a group chat, or you think?
I don't know. Do you have a WhatsApp chat? New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani was swept into office on a promise of affordability that resonated with so many voters. It's been just over 100 days that he's been in office, so I came to City Hall to ask him about his accomplishments, the economy, the war in Iran, and his relationship with President Trump. We're in a different place. We're in City Hall from the last time that we spoke. It's been over 100 days. You've made inroads on some of your campaign promises. On others, you have not. What would you give yourself as a grade?
I will always leave it to New Yorkers to provide the grades. What I will say is that I'm very proud of what the team was able to accomplish over those first 100 days. This was a time when, just on day 8, we delivered $1.2 billion to make universal childcare a reality across our city. This is a time where we secured more than $30 million in settlements with bad landlords, repaired.
I mean, you know, it's good politics. Like if Hochul offers him a lifeline and you know, wants to boost him politically by giving him credit for, you know, a program that she had already been pursuing with the state legislature, then yeah, I mean, sure, go for it. But but, dot, dot, dot.
More than 6,069 apartments, a time where we were able to secure nearly $100,000 a day for workers and small businesses that had been exploited by megacorporations and delivery apps. And we showed that government can do all of these big transformative things while also doing the little things, while also filling in 102,000 potholes in that same length of time.
There are things that have been maybe more difficult to get started. Police reform being one. Another, critics will say that
In Ohio is mostly Walmart and Dollar General, about 3 to 5 miles out. Gotcha.
you promised to expand a rental voucher program, but now you're trying to limit it. Are you finding that it is harder to implement campaign promises now that you're actually in the office?
I think this job comes with an immense amount of difficulty, but that's also because it has an immense amount of possibility within it. And when I ran for mayor, we built our campaign around 3 central promises. We talked about the importance of delivering universal childcare, the importance of making buses fast and free, and how we believed that tenants deserved a rent freeze and rent stabilized housing. And I'm proud of the fact that beyond the universal childcare, we also announced just on Sunday that we were going to be speeding up buses for more than 1 million New Yorkers. Because as you know, we have the slowest buses in America here in New York City. Some of them are riding at an average speed of 5 miles an hour. We're going to be putting up to 6 minutes back into New Yorkers' lives from each of these trips. And then when it comes to the Rent Guidelines Board, we had 6 vacancies on that independent board, and we filled all of them. And we're now looking forward to the decision that they come to. But I share this with all of you to give you a sense of where we are on what animated so many, and how that, coupled with just today's announcement of delivering on city-run grocery stores within our first term, it shows people that.
How is he funding universal childcare? Is he using state childcare facilities? I think it's the state that is funding expansion of childcare. It's not coming from New York. It's coming from Albany. It's coming from the state, is the point. I don't think this is a New York City program. It's a statewide program.
The very things they were told they would be wrong to believe in are in fact.
And my understanding for that was that they used existing revenue. Like they had revenue. So, well, I guess we can just look this up. How is Governor Hochul funding the expanded child care initiative? Through state budget allocations, increased childcare subsidies, and targeted capital and program investments, all without raising new taxes. She proposed a $1.7 billion in new childcare funding for the upcoming fiscal year, with $1.2 billion dedicated to expanding subsidies for low-cost childcare assistance programs, state coverage of new NYC 2-year-old program. No new taxes. Multiple sources confirm that the expansion, particularly the NYC 2-year-old program, is being funded without raising taxes, instead relying on state budget allocations and reprioritization of existing resources. Whatever that means.
The ones that we can deliver on.
When will New Yorkers start to feel that promise of affordability?
I think there are many who are feeling it already. I think of a young mother who told me that she wouldn't consider having another child until she heard the news that we were going to save working parents upwards of $20,000 a year with free childcare for 2-year-olds. I think about even just the cyclist who would come up to me and tell me about the fact that now that we've decriminalized what was previously a criminal summons.
NYC has basically no control over its budget. They have a unique legal relationship with the state government. Interesting.
For cyclists across the city, how it's easier for them to get around, be treated the same as they would if they were driving a car. I even just think about the city workers who've been at the heart of so much of this accomplishment and so much of this work, even predating this administration, who for the first time in a long time are getting some of that deserved recognition for what they do to keep the city running.
Hutch, are you surprised that Hassan personally handpicked a candidate for NYC mayor who has had early success? Will his handpicked Michigan senator candidate also be successful once they win in 2026? That's a great question. It's a great question. We're going to talk about that race here in just a second.
One of the places where it seems a bit more challenging is on your promise around police reform, especially because you and the commissioner don't seem to be on the same page. When you look back at what you did promise on policing, especially when it's that particular unit that deals with protesters, some accuse it of heavy-handed tactics, where do you stand now?
I stand in the same place as I always have. I'm committed to disbanding the strategic response group and decoupling our city's response to protests versus threats of terrorism. What we've seen is the bringing together of these two things when in fact they do not need to be conflated. And I think part of what you're seeing in our administration is that we want—
Hutch, when are you checking up on Vadim? Bro, that guy. I should block him again. I don't know what I'm doing. You know what? Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. Let's go ahead and just block that guy. I got into a debate with him the other day that was like so pointless. It was so fucking pointless. He just kept repeating the same claim. So like we were debating, but it doesn't even matter what we were debating about, but like, or what we were debating. He was making this claim, and then I would come back with like, you know, like these 3 miniature paragraph responses, and he would just basically be like, nah. Be like, nah. He would just repeat the claim. And he did it 4 times. He did it 4 times in a row. Where he wouldn't respond to anything I said, and he'd be like, no, that's not true. Nuh-uh. That's like all he did. I don't understand why Vadim does debates. I don't get it. Because like it's just not, he doesn't really I don't know if he's capable of doing those kinds of debates. Like he is, I don't know how his brain works. You know, Jutter with $5 headed to admitted students day at the #1 liberal arts college, starting college at 30, majoring in poli-sci, using you as inspiration. What? Well, first of all, congrats on going back to school. That's awesome, man. Second of all, I don't have a fucking college degree. So you're going to have to be the one inspiring me. Maybe I need to go get a poli-sci degree. Have you watched Ilhan Omar on Adam Friedland? Not yet. Not yet. I have to say, Adam Friedland is not really my cup of tea. No disrespect. He's kind of funny sometimes, but overall, not my cup of tea.
want to deliver this in a manner that isn't just checking a box, but in a manner that both upholds the sanctity of the First Amendment, the freedom of expression, of protest, and all.
Who's Hutch's current favorite for 28? In terms of who I think has the highest chance of winning, right now, I think it's Kamala. Right now, I think she has like the highest chance of winning, but I don't know. Maybe we should save those conversations until after the midterms. You know, once we get like 4 months out from the midterms, then I think we can start having conversations that are just going to be slightly more predictive than they are right now. Slotkin, I would never underestimate Slotkin, but I don't think enough people know who she is. And so the challenge for her is going to be getting her name out there. You know, that's really important for presidential candidates, is just that the people know who they are. And not a lot of people know who Slotkin is. And unfortunately, she's not going to have an easy time establishing name recognition through online efforts, because the left flank is going to just fucking tear her to shreds. They hate her. Even though she's moved on Israel, which is like, isn't that what you want? Don't you want these politicians moving? But she, I think, she's going to have an uphill climb, I think. But I would not count her out. I just wouldn't count her out. Did you see Destiny cover your response about the crystal ball interview? I guess that's what your title is about. No. You're just putting that on my radar. Do you have a link for that? I didn't see that, no.
also does so in a manner that keeps New Yorkers safe.
I was referring to she sat down for like an hour and a half conversation at a Jacobin hosted conversation about like the future of the left.
And in the same period of time, we have codified the fact that the NYPD will now release body-worn camera footage within 30 days. We have stopped the prior administration's approach of giving criminal summonses to cyclists. We have started to bring back that same commitment that we spoke of not only keeping New Yorkers safe, but also of delivering justice. We have also established our city's first ever office.
He rewatched the whole Slotkin interview and agreed with you. Soypill even had, do you have a link for that? I would like to watch that.
Of community safety, which will be tasked with delivering the kind of innovative responses to the very crises that
Slotkin is objectively awful and has absolutely zero chance. Even entertaining the possibility is wild to me. Again, I just don't know why anybody would ever count her out. I just don't get it. Her track record is stellar. We'll say stellar. She has just a crazy, insanely good track record. I also don't really understand why people hate her so much. That's a little confusing to me. It's not. She was in the CIA. They think that they think everybody who ever worked for the CIA, like personally bombed children in the Middle East. You know, that's pretty much it. The Mac Attack with 49 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, buddy. Do you have a link for the Destiny reaction, guys?
have long been pushed aside in New York City politics.
Was it from yesterday's stream? They also hate her because she's charismatic and could win offices they want. She's definitely, I think her camera presence is very good. She presents herself very confidently, assertively. She comes across as thoughtful, intelligent, composed. She's also very scrappy. People are looking for like a fighter. So, you know, I think that helps her quite a bit. She is definitely scrappy.
Whether they be gun violence or the mental health crisis, this is the very work that our city is taking on as an urgent task before it.
But how will you disband that particular unit, which arrested protesters, if the police commissioner doesn't have the same goal, and if police see you as overly sympathetic to accusers who come forward and say, the police were not acting right?
Well, I would say that at the end of the day, as the mayor of the city, if there is something that I believe we need to do, then we will do it. And I am proud of the work that my police commissioner has been doing. And we are very much on the same page in the need to deliver both safety and justice to New Yorkers. And to me, it's not a question of if we will do this work, it's a question of when, and wanting to ensure that we do this in a manner that we can look back on weeks, months, years after the fact and say, not only did we do the right thing, but we did it in the right way.
You're a proud democratic socialist. It's clear Republicans plan to use you and that platform as an attack point come the midterms. Do you feel pressure to prove that your brand of democratic socialism works before the midterms?
I feel pressure from New Yorkers to deliver for them on their day-to-day needs. If Republicans want to attack the record of making it easier for families to raise their kids in the city, of workers to get paid what they're owed, of New Yorkers to get around the 5 boroughs, they can feel free to attack that. But what they will find is that the reason so many people across the city and across the country have lost faith in politics is because of that sense that politics has less and less of a relevance to their day-to-day needs. And in fact, one of the most relevant things that we can be doing in our politics today is addressing the material needs of working class people. That's exactly what we focused on.
What I'm asking is, whether you like it or not, you have been made to seem like a boogeyman of some kind, right? From the Republicans, especially when you were running. So do you feel an added sense of pressure nationally because of the face you've become?
Mac Attack, thanks so much for 49 months. Appreciate it, buddy.
Of the Democratic Party and specifically the progressive part of this party?
I'll be honest with you, I don't let myself think too much about what Republicans seek to portray me as. I think about the fact that the power of an ideology is judged in the worth of its delivery. And delivery, at the end of the day, is every single thing that we want to do. It's why I spoke on Sunday about pothole politics as a way we describe the work that we do. Because for a long time, Republicans have sought to describe themselves as being driven by the needs of working people, when in reality we've seen a chasm in what they've actually delivered for those people. I mean, look at the war in Iran today.
Mamdani won on promises he likely won't be able to deliver on. That's the takeaway. Win on your vision, not what's pragmatic. Winning is the key part of the equation. Yeah, this is like a really toxic cycle, I think, that we get into. I don't know if it's limited to American politics. I wonder if I have any people watching today that are from abroad, some folks in my chat, but in America, just because the wheels are so slow to wind up, and it's hard to get a lot of stuff done that you want to get done. I need to trim my nose hairs. They're so fucking itchy today. But what happens a lot of the time is American politicians will run on a platform and they'll frame it in as promises, and then they get elected and they realize the limitations of the office, and so then they're not able to get a lot of that stuff done, and then the public calls them liars for making false promises, and then become jaded on that politician, and then elect another politician who runs on a similarly ambitious agenda, and then the cycle begins anew. And it's kind of a toxic cycle. You know, it's kind of a toxic cycle. But what choice do politicians have when you think about it? Because if you run on pure pragmatism, you know, if you don't make any kind of aspirational promises, then people will call you like boring and uninspired. You know, if you're running on like, hey guys, I'd really love to fund universal childcare, but let's be honest, the state legislature probably won't give that to me. That doesn't sound like a winning campaign to me, you know. And so I don't really know what to do about that. I'm definitely more pragmatic, and so you know, it wouldn't bother me if a politician said just straight up like, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. Like that wouldn't get under my skin in the same way. But for normies, I guess, maybe for normies, they just want to be lied to, I guess. I don't really know, you know.
We're talking about a federal administration that has spent close to $30 billion.
Bulb, sweet bulb with $5. This timeline is mid. I'm trying to live in the president IRI timeline. That would be nice. I would vote for him as president.
$1 billion, killing thousands of people at a time when working class people across this country cannot afford the bare minimum. And to be told that a city-run grocery store is implausible, but spending more than $500 million a day to kill people in Iran and Lebanon is not only plausible but necessary. It speaks to a broken kind of politics. And what we're showing is that we can put forward not just our principles, but also the practical impacts of this work. We can deliver universal childcare and change 6,700 catch basins. We can take on bad landlords across the city and start to repave more than 1,000 miles of roadway. We can do all of these things where we've been told in the past you could only do one.
All right, I just wanted to check in with him a little bit, see how he's doing. He's still fucking slick. This guy's still fucking slick. What can you do? All right, Destiny had some thoughts on the Slotkin situation. We debated about her a little bit on Live and Learn. She is a adult who feels a bit of contempt and frustration that she has to like talk to children.
Oh,
that's
the
my take
thing. That's
on
why
that.
I said regardless of your politics, I just think optically it still looked bad. Like I don't think she handled that well if you agree with her. I don't think she handled it well if you disagree with her. Like I think that is not if you're going to be under fire or running for president, I think it's really just not a good look if that's how you handle adversary. And if you like it could
I'm kind of reaching the point where I think like the only choice that like based liberals have, like the good libs, like the aggressive libs, the Slotkins. Who else would be kind of in her camp? Newsom, Kamala, maybe Shapiro. I think I'm at a point now where I feel like they have to be pretty aggressive, I would say. Like if they're gonna go into spaces like breaking points, they should go in ready to scrap. Like don't lose your composure. I would definitely say that losing your composure is not going to be great politically, because in the online discourse, if your interlocutor or your debate opponent can get you to lose your composure or to become triggered, then the perception is that they won. So don't like start screaming and become belligerent, but go into these spaces like ready for the fact that you're going to be attacked. You're going to have your character attacked, and then kind of meet them on that battlefront. I think you have to do that to get the respect of people online. I feel like so much of the online discourse is almost like a Roman Colosseum, and the substance of what you say matters less than your presentation, unfortunately, which is really stupid and superficial. It's just really dumb that you can just say something confidently, and if you say it confidently enough, then that's enough to convince, I think, a lot of people. And so you can't let your opponents get one up on you in that kind of way. And so go in there ready to show a little bit of contempt. You know, like stay composed, don't scream, don't curse, you know, don't like start lobbing insults at the person you're speaking with, but subtly display your contempt. And, you know, be tactical about it.
Compare that. Keep in mind that the President Trump didn't go on any shows where there was anything adversarial ever. It never happened, but.
So like, I don't know, Bill Clinton on like Fox.
What is going on in the background there? What is that hissing? Touch is so old and out of touch? For sure. For sure. I am firmly in my Clint Eastwood kind of era of my life, because it's basically a daily occurrence now where I'm pissed off at the youth. Truly, I pull out my phone, I look at the discourse, I look at the things that people are saying, and I'm like, fucking kids, man. These fucking kids. Jesus, they got these really strong opinions and like no life experience to inform those opinions, and they're so confidently wrong all the time. And I'm like, for sure in that era of my life where I'm like, fuck these kids, man. I fucking hate Gen Alpha and Gen Z. I hate them. No disrespect. I'm sure there's plenty of Gen Z and Gen Alpha in my chat, but I fucking hate you guys, man. Jesus Christ, you've been affirmed way too much. You've had way too much validated, okay? Somebody needs to invalidate you. You know, we need to rein it in a little bit. Fuck, man. God, you infuriate me. Jesus Christ. And you guys had the internet your whole lives, you know? You have no fucking excuse. You have no fucking excuse, okay? You had all of the world's knowledge, 3,000 years of recorded history, right? Or like, you know, wait, hold on. What is the time period we refer to when we say recorded history? Isn't it around 3,000 years, right? Fourth millennium BCE. Oh well, more like 5,000 years. More like 5,500 years. Close enough. Did you see what I did? You see what I did there? I said a thing and then I realized I didn't know about the thing and then I looked the thing up, okay? We need more of that. We need more of that going on, okay? You had the internet your whole lives. What happened? What went wrong? You know, we went from the unbridled optimism of like 2010 to, you know, all of a sudden there's all these fucking Gen Z TikTokers uploading videos about Osama bin Laden, and they're saying shit like, "Oh, I just read Osama bin Laden's letter to America, but turns out he was kind of awesome." And I'm like, what the fuck? What? How did this happen? It's COVID, isn't it? Yeah, it's COVID. COVID fucked him up. What I do understand is that there's a meaningful difference between older Gen Z and younger Gen Z. I was told this anecdotally, and then I kept on hearing it over and over and over again. And then the data bears this out too, because older Gen Z fucking hate Donald Trump, and younger Gen Z, I think, still approve of Trump, according to a poll that I saw this last week. So the ones that got stuck in school and COVID lockdowns fucked them up when they were still like in grade school and high school, did like fucking permanent damage to these people. Hutch, I'm your age. You make a lot of money compared to most people. Politics was brought upon me. I mean, listen, I'm flattered that you guys think that I live a life of lavish wealth, but you know, I'm not going to complain about my income. I've been able to support myself for quite some time now, but I am not like in the fucking live streaming aristocracy, okay? I'm a working class streamer. Elias with 142 months. Thank you so much, buddy. All elite memes with $2. As Gen Z, we get blamed for stuff Gen Alpha is doing. I also hear stuff behind the scenes from people that work with Gen Z. Like I have people in my life, like all kinds of people in my life that talk about working with Gen Z, and boy, does that sound not great. The shit I hear, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm all for pushing society forward and addressing, maybe there's been some long-standing practices that should end and are unfair, and that's cool. All that's cool. But some of the shit I hear, I'm like, what the fuck? It's the job market? Maybe. But listen, don't talk to millennials about the job market, okay? You're not going to get a lot of fucking sympathy from millennials about a shitty job market, okay? Millennials graduated literally as the fucking housing crash happened and the recession happened. Did I get Bulb Sweet Bulb with $5? The timeline is I think I already got you for that one. Okay. And then Mac Attack, did I get you? Thank you guys.
Fox News. I just don't think she had good responses. And I agree. I really don't like Krystal Ball and Saga and on a lot of issues. So I'm not like saying this as like a.
They're talking about, I think, Slotkin when she did her interview with Krystal
on
Ball.
Breaking Points.
Unbelievable.
A Krystal Ball Breaking Points fan. So
I could not disagree more. Like
I've never watched that. I heard that you were saying that she got like giga ambushed on there.
Yeah.
Shit.
She for sure got giga ambushed. That was crazy what they did. Paper Citadel with $2. These kids don't know Obama. That's true. Yeah, that is true. On the one hand, I'm fucking really annoyed with Gen Z and Gen Alpha. God, I just find so much of their. I really am, genuinely. It's not a bit. I'm not joking. I'm not playing it up. I really am in like a Clint Eastwood fuck them kids kind of a phase of my life right now. And on the listen, on the one hand, I am so aggravated and irritated by their rhetoric, by the way that they carry themselves. And on the other hand, I remember being young, and so it's like, you know, I get it. There is a part of me that's like, I get it. You know, they will grow up. And, you know, like I do have sympathy for, like, I was not, now this might shock you. I'm going to tell you something. And it might shock you because I'm fucking cool. Okay. But when I was a kid growing up in grade school, I actually wasn't that cool. Are you laughing at me? I think she's laughing at her program. I got picked on a lot, and I, you know, had undiagnosed ADHD, so I was like very disruptive and a little strange and a little socially awkward, you might say. But by the time I got to high school, like a lot of that had been resolved. Like I did find a way to, through humor mostly, just fine tuning my humor. I was able to make a lot of friends. And so in high school, I have a lot of like crucial core memories. Hanging out on the weekends, going to the beach and doing bonfires and drinking beers with my friends. And so I did actually have like a pretty eclectic, wide group of friends in high school. And especially the last 2 years of high school, a lot of really important, good core memories that, you know, were like very formative for me. And if COVID would have happened when I was in high school and I never got to make those memories, I would have become a completely different person. High school was just drugs and booze and fire. Kind of, yeah, on the weekends. If those memories had been, if I had been robbed of those memories, I would have been a completely different person. And so I do sympathize. I do think that the world, just the universe, took that away from those kids. And that's not a small thing. And I fucking absolutely sympathize with that. And I think what happened was not fair. And, you know, they paid a really, really, really steep price because of this virus. You know, it's not like the universe was picking on them. All of this shit is just like random, you know. It just worked out that way. You know, they were the generation that got fucked in that way because of the COVID stuff. And so I do try to balance having sympathy for that with my unceasing, unrelenting frustration with them. I try to balance that out with like, well, you know, and at the same time, like the universe kind of fucked them a little bit. So it's complicated. It's complicated. My feelings on Gen Z and Gen Alpha, I would say, are complicated.
Joining us now. This was like the first time, or maybe one of the first times, this was like really early on where we saw like a demo.
Then why did you support authoritarian actions taken? Well, largest wealth transfer in history. Well, listen, there's some things that we know in retrospect. Like for example, we know in retrospect that the schools stayed closed in some states. Not every state did this. Every state did this, but we know that some schools stayed closed for too long. We know that. And we know that some of the measures went too far. Somebody brought it up on a podcast I was listening to recently, but for example, like, why didn't we make a collective effort to have like outdoor classes? You know, especially in a state like California where the weather's between like 70 and 85. 80% of the year, 90% of the year is like phenomenal weather. Why didn't California make more of an effort to do like outside classes, some of the restrictions early on were way too much, like restricting like outdoor dining or like not letting people like go to the beach. Like in retrospect, we know that some of these measures were too far, but at the same time, the benefit of hindsight skews people's perspective, I think. Because the reality is that early on, we didn't really know a lot about the virus. I mean, we knew, scientists were learning more and more every day, but so you can think about it in a way that sort of makes it seem as though the government was just itching to do these authoritarian things. Like you can think about it in that way, or you can think about it in the context of experts and researchers and scientists and academics and lawmakers who were doing the best that they could with the information that they had, with the intention of trying to prevent thousands of people from dying. And I tend to view it through the lens of the latter. Like, I think that people were generally doing the best they could to stop thousands of people from dying. That's how I look at that. Yeah.
Democratic, big like politician.
I love how right wingers rewrite COVID. Now we're 6 years removed, and right wingers do this thing where they pretend as though everything was obvious. They pretend as though everything we knew or we know now was obvious back then, and that's just not true. They're like rewriting history. And they conveniently leave out the fact that, like, we reached a point in this country where we were seeing between 3,000 and 5,000 people dying every day. And that was only the official count. I think there's a consensus that we undercounted. Over 1 million people died in this country. I think those are like the estimates. It was like around 1 million people died in a year. That's a lot of people. 1 million people dying? 3,000 people died on September 11th, and it changed the very DNA of our country forever. I'm not downplaying September 11th. That's not the point. But that was over 3,000 people dying, and we had 3,000 to 5,000 people dying every day. And so, I don't know. My mindset was like, I'm okay to make some sacrifices if it means that less people die. And it wasn't just the fact that they were dying a horrifying death. I thought about that shit. When I had COVID, I was like horrified. When I had COVID, I was horrified because that sounds like such an awful death to me. Just slowly over the course of a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you're getting less and less air as you breathe. Think about that for a second. Think about that shit. You're just getting less and less air every time you breathe. And that just plays out over fucking 3 weeks. I don't know, man. When I had COVID, I was horrified. I was like, I don't even like the idea that there's like a 0.3% chance I could die. I don't like that shit. I don't, Quicksilver with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much. Aiden Trujillo with $10. Krystal Ball has some thoughts. Yeah, no, thanks. Hey, listen, we're going to give her a fair shot.
Start to go on like alternative media stuff, and it was Slotkin, who is a senator in Michigan, decides to go onto Breaking Points, and I think she thought that this was going to be like one right-leaning guy and one left-leaning girl, and she didn't realize it was just two slopulists. And
not great.
Grilled her.
Yeah, let me see. But it was not even just that they grilled her. It's that fuck. When did they get to Israel?
God.
It's like crazy.
It wasn't just that they grilled her. I mean, they called her character into question. Krystal in particular, there were a couple lines in that interview where it went beyond disrespect. It went well beyond disrespect. She asked Krystal, how do you sleep at night? Knowing that you did what you did. And there was one particular jab that I was like, God damn. Where she described Alyssa Slotkin as like, you say that you are you care about human rights. She started the question with like, so you care about human rights, or you say you care about human rights. And then Krystal did this like the part of that interview that I thought was the most cringe was when I had Omicron too, by the way. I only had Omicron. It wasn't that bad, but the fever symptoms were miserable. I couldn't imagine those who had it worse. When I had COVID, the worst thing for me was the nausea. Did you guys get nausea when you had COVID? I was nauseous. I felt dizzy. I felt like I was on the verge of throwing up, but I couldn't throw up. I had a very difficult time eating food. Did you get it before the vaccine? I got it after the vaccine. I got vaccinated, I think, in April of 2021. And it was, and then right after I got it, the Delta variant started to fire up. And then right after Delta was Omicron. And so I think I got it in August of 2021. Maybe it might have been 2022. I don't remember, but I was sick for about 10 days. And I had a headache. I had like the sniffles, a little bit of a sore throat, definitely body aches, sweaty. I had a fever for a little bit and just a lot of nausea. I didn't lose my sense of taste. That doesn't happen to everybody. I did not lose my sense of taste. Thankfully. That sounds fucking really shitty. I'm getting distracted. I'm having like an ADD moment here. We were talking about Krystal Ball. I already forgot what I was saying. Let's just get into it.
Brutal. Hold on.
General election.
He is
But
the Democratic nominee.
I see. I'm sorry. This is why I'm saying I don't follow New York politics, and I think you'd have to ask them. I don't know. I know that for me, whoever wins the Democratic primary.
Oh, this is like why isn't everybody endorsed Mamdani? Why didn't they all endorse Mamdani?
In the state of Michigan for the Senate seat that's up, that's who I will endorse, regardless of who it is. All right, that was my last question. So I'm going to turn it to Krystal now.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I'm actually a little curious, and forgive me if this is impolite. Like,
okay. All right, hang on. I remember now. The cringiest part, and maybe this is the question that she's about to get into. I remember this so vividly. Is Krystal made it about like the way she like phrased it. She's like, sometimes I ask myself if I'm doing enough for Palestine, and sometimes I can't sleep at night, knowing that I feel like I could be doing more for Palestine. And so, like, how do you sleep at night? Do you really think you're doing everything for Palestine or something? I don't know isn't that how she said it? Like, it's like you are an American podcast host in the United States. Okay. There's very, very, very little that you can do to influence a conflict that is like 3,000 miles away. Why are you framing it this way? Do you really feel guilt at night? Thinking that you could be doing more for Palestine?
I'm curious why you wanted to talk to us.
What do you mean?
Well, like what?
Yeah. That's a crazy thing to say. That's a crazy thing to say. Why did you come here? What did you expect was going to happen, Alyssa Slotkin? Like, it's just a crazy thing to say. It's like so hostile. And then, Slotkin's reaction, I feel like, is very like organic and authentic. Like, what do you mean? I don't, what That's an interesting question.
We don't have actually a lot of senators, especially ones who have very different ideology than us, reach out. So I'm curious what your goal was and why you thought to come here.
Well, first of all, I think you have a good audience. I mean, right?
We agree.
If you appealed to like 4 friends on YouTube or whatever, then I probably wouldn't be here. But I think, to me, part of the problem is that people have kind of gone to their corners.
She still doesn't know. Like in this moment, Slotkin still doesn't know like what she has actually gotten herself into here.
And I live this, right? I live on my family farm in a town that voted heavily for.
Women, am I right? What would you ask? I gotta be honest with you guys, and maybe I'm thinking about this all wrong. Tell me if you guys think I'm thinking about this all wrong, but I actually don't want to have a lot of conversations with politicians. It feels like when you have conversations with politicians, there are these like expectations, you know, and I'm not a journalist. I am not a fucking journalist. I'm a fucking like, essentially I'm a podcaster. I don't want people to assume that me having a conversation with a politician means that I endorse them. I also don't want to feel the pressure of like I think there's like pressure to, you know, like grill the politician that you're talking to, and I don't always want to do that. And so it just feels like kind of like a minefield a little bit to have conversations with politicians. Theo can do it. But that's the issue though. Like, I don't think I don't think that those conversations are endearing or charming or anything like that. Like, I think that when he has these casual conversations with the most monstrous people in the country, I think it reflects very poorly on him. I don't think you can just, I don't think you can do like a neutral conversation with a politician, you know? So even I internally have that bias of thinking that if a live streamer or a podcaster is having a conversation with a politician, that they should ask tough questions and press them on things. Like, even I have that internally, and so I don't know. And then it's like, you never know. It's like you have a conversation with a politician, and then, you know, like, what if I had like a sit down interview with Eric Swalwell where we were just like chumming it up? You know, it just feels like risky to have conversations with politicians like that. If I have conversations with politicians, I want it to be in the context of like I'm explicitly endorsing that politician. Like, at least that is like straightforward and honest and fine, you know. But I don't want it to be like, I don't necessarily want to have like, I don't know. I'm just wary of it. Brandon with $5. Destiny and Hutch's job is to glaze politicians, while Krystal's is to grill the politicians. It's having principles versus being a team player. I mean, listen. I am completely okay with tough interviews for Democrats. That's fine. Where I draw the line is when you start to do the things that Krystal is doing, like in this conversation, which is like, there's fair criticism, and then there's like what Breaking Points does, which I don't think that a lot of their criticisms of Democrats are fair or rooted in reality. They very clearly have an agenda. And I think that they're chasing clicks and approval from their own audience, you know? I think they're like high on their own supply, they're sniffing their own farts. I think Krystal sees herself as like a brave like truth teller. And in this conversation that she had with Slotkin, I felt it was so just like pathetic on a number of levels. So I don't know what principles she's advancing by having these kinds of conversations. Quicksilver with the tier 1 membership. Did I already get you for that? Thank you so much. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, guys. We're going to finish up that segment of him reacting to the Slotkin thing. And then we have a bunch of other videos to get through today. I'm going to try to get through as many videos as I can, but give me just a few minutes. I'll be right back. I don't understand this logic that some people have where it's like the only way they think in their minds that they can create leverage is by literally helping Republicans win elections. They think that the threat of that is the only thing that can move politicians. But we don't even have to look that far back as far as the presidency goes to see examples of a president elected on a more moderate platform, but then pushed to the left once they're in office. His name is Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. He did that shit. The left, labor movements, the Bernie flank, the Warren flank, they pushed him on policy and he moved on policy. You can't push a Republican on policy. There's 0% chance of that happening. So their theory of politics is just fucking ass backwards. It doesn't make any sense. And like when you give a seat to a Republican, like the incumbency advantage is a real thing. I do want you guys to watch this video. How many of you guys saw this video pop up on your feeds? It's good. It's real good, okay? I want you guys to watch this video, you guys. It's good. Holy shit, she was channeling my energy. No, but you retweeted it. Just watch, okay? It's 5 minutes, but worth a watch. We're gonna watch this. It's great.
The problem is online leftists have never felt this level of discomfort before in their lives, and they don't know what to do with these big feelings when it comes to politics. Because a lot of these online leftists only started voting in 2016. Their boy Bernie.
I love her condescending energy. It's just, I feel it. I feel the spirit move in me through her contempt and condescension.
Did not win, and so clearly the entire system was broken. Mind you, Bernie Sanders wasn't a good candidate. He thought he could win on class warfare. Turns out he cannot. Twice, mind you. Because that was their first election, they think it was broken. My first election was Bush v. Gore. Imagine how I feel. Imagine what life could have been had the courts not decided the 2000 election.
She's bringing up such a good point, because when we talk about people and their origin stories, like Emma Vigeland is the perfect example of this. Emma Vigeland went from, so I think she was in college during the Obama years, and I think that she graduated college shortly before the 2016 primary. And so her kind of political awakening happened at a time when there was unbridled optimism around Obama, and then the left kind of largely felt like he had disappointed them. He hadn't lived up to the expectations that they had imposed on him. Never mind the fact that he was always pragmatic and he ran on very pragmatic policies. I appreciate that about his campaign, is that he was running on things that were actually doable. And he did a lot of those things. But then I think Emma Vigeland, let me see what her age is actually. It's a really, she's 31 years old, man. She's just a little baby. Now that's condescending. So she would have been a college senior, or if she went on a fast track, maybe she graduated shortly before that, but I think she was still in college by the time the 2016 primaries came along. And I feel like the climate that like those early adult years, here's a question for chat. I got a question for you guys. How old were you guys when you first became interested in politics? For me, it was 18. It was right after September 11th. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then that got me into politics. 18, 16, 15, 17, 12, 13, 17, 15. Damn. Can I get some more answers in here? Where are my lurkers at? I want to get a bigger sample size here. 30. Okay, there we go. A little bit older. 20 something, 20 plus, 17, 20 during Trump 1.0, 20, 30. So for the most part, Now, my sample size is skewed because, if you're watching my stream, you're probably paying attention to politics every day. And so kind of makes sense that you guys skew younger. For a lot of people, it's a little bit older, 25, 30. I got into politics during the 2020 election at 18. Ooh, now that's a great time to get into politics. Great year for politics, 2020. My God, can we go back? It was so good. But I think what is going on in the country at the time that you become politically aware or politically curious or politically conscious, that is a big thing. That's a very formative time in someone's life. And so I think what ends up happening for most people is the perspective that they have and the dynamic in the country that is happening at the time that they're becoming aware. That perspective kind of calcifies and sticks with you. And I have a visceral hatred of Republicans. I hate Republicans. I love my family, and I've got some Republicans in my family, so I compartmentalize that shit. When I say I hate Republicans, I mean I'm reserving my ire for political pundits and politicians. I don't hate Republican voters. Very, very broadly, I don't hate Republican voters. I hate the politicians. I hate the pundits. So what is happening at the time that you become politically aware? I think it's kind of like, how child psychologists will say that, 2 and 3 and 4 years old, you don't have a lot of memories from that period of your life, but they're very formative years. So you can have traumatic things that happen to you at a really young age that you don't even have a memory of, but it sticks with you. All right. For the rest of your life. And the same thing goes for what's happening in the country. All right. Taco, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate you. Okay, let's get through this.
Down Donald Trump. I've never won my town. I've never won my precinct. I've never won my neighbors. We get along, but I never won them, and I probably never will. So we're
never getting through this. Biek with 7 Canadian, California, 250 COVID deaths per 100K. Mississippi, 450 deaths per 100K. California had copied Mississippi. 60 to 80K more people would have died. Why would we listen to Republicans on lockdowns? I can't speak to Mississippi's policies. But I'm glad I lived in California for COVID. At the same time, I'm sympathetic to kids and parents who were dealing. There were school closures that were still happening well into 2021. And my understanding from a data-driven perspective was that there is consensus now amongst the experts that those school closures went on for too long. My understanding is that there's a consensus that was too long. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure.
To me, I think that the people have gone to their corners, and people who used to be able to talk about politics and disagree don't even get in the same room together. So I kind of like the idea of your show. It was interesting to me when my team pitched me, right? We go through and there's no hiding it. Lots of people are like, how do we evolve in this new space? That's not it's not that conversation isn't happening. It is. And I think that's good, and to the credit of lots of shows like yours. Yeah. But I think your show appealed to me as I was being pitched because you guys don't agree. And I am very focused. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. Michiganders want to get back to a place where we can disagree on politics and not have it be so bitter.
So I hear you on the idea of you want to talk about the economics and the unifying and cost of living. And I think that ignores a big elephant in the room, especially when you're talking about even Zohran Mamdani. The reason Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer don't want to endorse him is because of his position on Israel. The single most viral clip that he had in that election actually wasn't about cost of living, even though that's what he wanted to make his campaign about. His opponents, Andrew Cuomo in particular, wanted to make it all about accusing him of anti-Semitism and attacking him for his views on Israel and Palestine. So the most viral moment from that entire campaign, I believe, was...
This isn't even the worst part of this conversation.
This moment on the debate stage, guys, this is E1. Let me go ahead and play this for you, and then I want to get your reaction.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has a right to exist.
As a Jewish state?
No, as a state with equal rights.
Now, this was considered very controversial when he said it, and I think the result are in.
technically no, but kind of yes. I don't know how up on Israel-Palestine he is, but technically when you say, I want the state of Israel to exist as a state with equal rights, that's usually a dog whistle for
two-state solution?
One state, yeah.
An Arab majority. But yeah, but I don't think any of the people that were on the stage even realized that that's what that is supposed to mean. It was a fine enough answer. The reality is he's the fucking mayor of New York City. Who the fuck cares? He's not doing foreign policy.
Fair, true, yeah.
At this point, that he didn't win in spite of his position there. He won in part because of it, including if you listen to Andrew Cuomo's numbers, he won a majority of Jewish voters inside of New York City. And so what I'm curious for your view on is, while, I would love to debate you on your healthcare policy. I think we need Medicare for all. You think public option, your housing policy, et cetera. I'm just being really real with you.
I want to talk about Israel.
I don't really hear what you say if you are still supporting a genocide in Gaza. And that's, for me.
The framing, like the question itself is an accusation. The question itself is her saying you support a genocide. Talk about hostile. Like this is more hostile than if Alyssa Slotkin went on a Fox News panel or something.
I'm speaking for myself, but I know there are millions of other people who feel the same.
Is she a leftist or
populist? Slopulist. She's a populist.
I actually think Alyssa's, Krystal Ball's politics are even more left than Kyle's. Like, I think she is definitely a Marxist. And I think you'll understand what I'm talking about when we watch her panel on Jacobin from Friday. But I think I'm comfortable saying that her politics are even more left-wing than Kyle's. Like, I think she's definitely like a Marxist / socialist / anti-capitalist. I don't know if Kyle is like a full-on Marxist. Is it Jacobin? Like Jacobin? Is that how you say that? Jacobin? How do you pronounce Jacobin? Let me look it up. How to pronounce Jacobin?
We are looking at how to pronounce this word, as well as how to say more confusing names and vocabulary from French. So make sure to stay tuned to the channel. Jacobin is how it is said in French, in English. Jacobin. Jacobin.
Jacobin? Jacobin. Jacobin.
You are looking.
I love how I look up, like, how do you pronounce Jacobin? And it's a guy with like a thick French accent. How the fuck? What? Hang on.
Jacobins. Jacobins.
Wasn't that how I was saying it? Jacobin? I thought that's how I was saying it. No, I realize it's a French word. I understand that, but like,
it's a slopper.
Yeah.
Okay.
To cross this sort of moral threshold. And what it indicates to people, and I think part of why, Zoran won so many people in New York City, young people in particular, but Jewish New Yorkers.
She's probably further left than Kyle, but Kyle is a social democrat. So I agree with you. I think Kyle is definitely what you would call, well, I don't know. Kyle to me kind of feels like he's on the spectrum between like progressive and DSA type. He seems like in the middle there, but he's not, but I don't know if he's a Marxist. I think Krystal is a Marxist. I think she's an actual like socialist. And I think that is somewhat new. I could be wrong about that.
People across the board, is because it was a sign of, number one, okay, you're focused on New York City first and foremost. Sure. Number two, you're willing to take the heat on an issue that is really difficult for you, where you're being overtly smeared as an anti-Semite. And number three, there's no, entrenched interest that's going to control. You have a spine, you have principles, you're willing to stand up for something. And so, I'm curious for your reflections on that because of your voting record and where you've stood on this conflict.
Yeah, well,
she's asking her, like, is your conscience clear? Where did you write that, Lights? Which one do you hate more, tankies or MAGA content creators? Think Ogre Boy or Tim Pool? I'm at a point now where I think I dislike MAGA and the anti-democratic party online left, I think I dislike them about the same. For years it would have been MAGA, but I've been so pushed over the line. I have endured this now. This is going to be my fourth cycle. This is going to be my fourth presidential cycle. Watching the way that these online populist lefties operate. And it seems to be getting worse, not better. I'm being a bit more general. You're talking about tankies, but I mean just in general, kind of the online populist anti-democratic party left. I dislike them just as much as MAGA at this point. It's just fucking 10 years of this now. I'm so done with it. I'm so fucking done with it. And I told you guys what they were going to do. I told you guys exactly what they were going to do. These people are so transparent. They're so obvious about what they're doing. And they rely on people's ignorance to galvanize support online. But it's so obvious what they're doing. I told you guys a year ago, maybe more than a year ago, that the way that I look at them now is like, I think that they found an issue that they think is really good for them. I think they think that like, so for years it was Medicare for all, and now it's Israel-Palestine. And I think they look at polls showing support for Israel dropping off of a fucking cliff, especially within the Democratic Party. And they see those polls and there's like a couple things going on for them when they see those polls. For number one, they take credit for that, which that is fucking hilarious to me. That they think that they did that. Which is just, I mean, that is fucking amazing to me that they think that. Support for Israel just went down, 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 down. And it kept going down and it kept getting worse the more things escalated in Gaza. And, you know, you fast forward to early, about a year ago, actually, it's about a year ago now, Trump takes office, takes off the gloves completely, doesn't try to rein in Israel at all. They do an 11-week blockade, you know, near famine, near mass starvation event. And so like instead of understanding like why the public more and more was slowly turning on Israel, the left they're claiming credit for it, as if their online activism and the student protests were the reason that the public turned on Israel, and not like Israel's own conduct. The reason people turned on Israel is because the longer this thing went out and the more buildings were destroyed and the more people that were killed, people are not going to support that forever. You know, after October 7th, Israel obviously was going to respond to that. And so people, I think there was a lot more support for Israel right after October 7th in the immediate kind of months that followed, where it's like, well, obviously they're going to retaliate. Obviously they're going to do everything in their power to make sure that Hamas is never able to do that ever again. And so, you know, you can forgive a certain amount of destruction. You can forgive a certain amount of collateral damage in the pursuit of that kind of those kinds of like security measures. But if that goes on for 2+ years, you know, 2.5 years now, people are going to stop supporting that at some point, especially with the sheer amount of death and destruction in Gaza. But, you know, so anyways, like the online left sees these numbers, and number one, they take credit for it. And number two, they think that this issue will be the thing that will help them like primary, more moderate Democrats. So it was Medicare for all for like 10 years, where they made it about, they made the litmus test of their movement was support for Medicare for all. And they had these delusional fantasies that everybody in the country like really wants Medicare for all. The specific language of like Bernie's bill, like everybody like really wants it. And so they're going to use that to primary like all these Democrats that are kind of more moderate. And that didn't happen. You know, they talked it up and they talked it up and they talked it up. That was the whole point of like force the vote. The stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life was force the vote. And the whole point of force the vote was to get like a hit list, like a political hit list. Not for like, you know, murdering them, but voting them out of office. Like, we need to get all these Democrats on the record. And then everyone who votes against Medicare for all, we're going to primary them. And that didn't happen. And so now they're doing the same thing with Israel. Like I told you guys, I fucking told you guys a year ago, they're going to use Israel. They're going to make Israel a flashpoint issue. And they're going to use it as a referendum on, they're going to use the midterms as a referendum on Israel and on like moderate Democrats who still support, you know, Iron Dome funding or something like that. And that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what we've been watching them do. And it's just getting more intense. And so I'm just at my wit's end with these people. I just find them to be so destructive. And so, yeah, I dislike them equally as I dislike MAGA. They're just, in my mind, they're almost in the same camp, you know?
I mean, one of the proudest moments that I had in my last election, where I just won on the same ballot as Donald Trump, was that I won a majority of Jewish voters in Michigan. We have a large Jewish population. And I won Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, and Hamtramck, the 3 Muslim-dominated cities. Mm-hmm. Trump won 2 out of the 3. So I think the thing that I would push back on is the voters vote with their...
Taco, thank you so much for upgrading to a tier 2 membership, my friend. I love you. Listen, it's tough out here for working class streamers. Middle income streamers, okay? We can take all the, we'll take all the support we can get. I'm just teasing you. Life's good. Life's good. Guys, but if you do enjoy the stream, guys, if you do enjoy these streams, especially on Twitch, if you're sitting on a primer that you're not using, you get a free sub each month. You can do it that way. And on YouTube, if you guys support the streams and you guys want to do super chats or memberships, always appreciate that. I will not beg. Don't beg. It's unbecoming. I will not beg. I will simply say that through your support, listen, I get offered advertising stuff. I get offered ad reads and stuff like that. And I am at a point in my career now where I'm very picky about that. I say no to like 99% of ad campaigns. And so at this point, it is like my income is about like 80 to 90% just direct support from you guys. Gogu with the primer. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. I do get some ad revenue on the streams, on both streams. It's not a lot, but there's some, you know. Keeks with the primer. Keeks, thank you so much. Appreciate you doing that. Did Dollar Shave Club change that, Hutch? No. I mean, I don't know if they're ever going to call me again. Then I don't know why I thought it was a good idea for a sponsored stream, a stream sponsored by Dollar Shave Club, to do a stream with Sark. What a stupid idea. It took him about 10 minutes before he was making Hitler jokes. Caramel with $10. Appreciate you, Unc. Thank you so much. I am proud to be your uncle. Keegan, thank you so much for the primer. Keegan, appreciate you.
Their feet, right? We have a moment in an election where they get to decide. Mm-hmm. And there was no issue that was more difficult for me in this last I would say 6 years, but certainly in this last election, other than this issue. Because
remember, Michigan, largest like Arab population, I think, in the United States, right? Dearborn is obviously a hot topic, right? So this is like the singular most contentious issue that she has to navigate, and this is what they decide we're gonna fucking
because we're gonna fight you on
grill
Israel
the fuck out of
when
her
all
on,
of your constituents are like,
it's personal. I'm a Middle East analyst by training. And so what I tried to do and why I think I managed to win both those communities is call balls and strikes literally up to this week on what's going on. So
I feel like you can't simultaneously claim leftists were not the one influencing opinions on Israel while also saying the left has immense influence in online discourse. It's complicated. It's complicated. I think the damage that the online left do is to create apathy. And so the Israel attacks are in service of a larger kind of populist, like attack from a populist framing on Democrats. So like the Israel issue is just one of many issues that the left use to really like savagely attack any Democrat that doesn't meet their purity test, which happens to be about 95% of Democrats. And to be clear, I'm not saying that the left had no impact on Israel's declining approval. I'm not saying that. But I am saying that it's dubious to claim credit for the public writ large, like moving away from Israel. Did the online left contribute to that in their own way? Yeah, I would say so. For sure. But the substance of their contribution, I think, is to further foment apathy among younger voters. Like the online left, I think, are most influential, and this is just a guess. This is just vibes. I think they're most influential with like voters under 30, under 35. And I think when you're in your young adult phase of your life, there's a further risk of this kind of sentiment calcifying. You know, so early apathy towards the Democratic Party, I think there's a risk of that like calcifying and then like bleeding into your adult life. And I think apathy is a big problem. It's been a big problem for young voters for quite some time, but I think they're just making it worse. And so so it's a bit nuanced. I hope I didn't worm out of your question there, but I think I addressed it. I very much disagree with you, but I appreciate your clarification on your perspective. Okay, there you go. You're playing loose. The left directly has credit for the public calling it a genocide. You're being vague by saying moved away from Israel. I don't think I'm being vague. I'm talking about the numbers, the approval numbers. When we look at a graph of like how the public, and then broken down by party, you know, Republican, Independent, Democrat. When we look at the graph over time, the support for Israel goes down. And within the Democratic Party, the support for Israel had been going down for years preceding October 7th. It had already been going down. And to your other point, I don't think the online left focusing on the language of genocide was the thing that most contributed to public approval moving away from Israel. I don't think that was the thing. I think it was the image of like the images and videos of the death and the destruction, and people don't like generally like seeing kids dying. I think also just what was happening, not just images, but like what was happening. And then more and more people began to, you know, I think probably more people now are aware of like at least the 21st century history of Israel. But again, I wouldn't fight you on the idea that the online left contributed in their own way to public approval for Israel going down. I think they did contribute to that. But taking credit for something and taking credit for contributing to something are two different things. I think the distinction matters. Lawson with $10. They're not even correct on Israel-Palestine, and I'm worried that the demand for a massive Israel policy change comes from the moral bullying as opposed to actual knowledge of the region. Well, I mean, it just, it depends on what they're talking about. That's a little broad. I mean, yeah, Kanye. That's another thing. Kanye West, I think, single-handedly contributed more to like anti-Israel sentiment than the collectively like the entire online left. Like I think, I think what he did was like very, what's the word, insidious. I mean, that guy has a lot of influence just all on his own. Proceeding in a gradual, subtle way, but with harmful effects. Yeah. Kanye has since apologized to the Jewish community and made peace. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that he did it conveniently, like right before he started to sell an album. So there's that.
So let's talk a little bit more about that.
But I think it's important, right? If you're going to push on me, then I think like there's one of us that's had an election and had to appeal to my voters and win. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that Mr. Mamdani won. Or actually, I didn't know his name. I didn't know much about him until he won. But because I think this issue is motivating people in a very visceral and personal way.
Yeah.
But it's not the only issue that my voters in Michigan care about.
Of course.
And the online world is extremely focused on this. But that doesn't always represent the majority. And I think if I...
That's right. Bad Company with $5. Also, I think a big part of it was the right looking for a scapegoat for Trump's catastrophic admin by blaming Israel for controlling Trump. That's an interesting theory. Let me see. Let me just look over time. Help me find a poll showing U.S. voters' approval of Israel broken down by party. I actually don't know how much of it. I don't know if I agree with you, Bad Company. I think a big part of it was the right looking for a scapegoat for Trump's catastrophic admin by blaming Israel controlling Trump. I think support for Israel was going down with Republicans before the current conflict in Iran. Fox News poll. Why can't I find a poll? Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents, 80% hold an unfavorable view of Israel. A sharp rise from 69% the previous year and 53% in 2023. Why can't I find some polls here? Poll finds share of U.S. Democrats backing Israel dwindling to 33%. If somebody can help me find a poll, because I know I've seen these polls showing like over time sentiment towards Israel. I want to know when approval of Israel went down for Republican voters. I want to know when that moment was. Why are people so against Israel if all it takes to make a monthly paycheck is to post support for Israel? This is what they think anyways. Wait, what? Why are people so against Israel if all it takes to make a monthly paycheck is to post support for Israel? I'm a little confused by that one. I might be too dumb to understand that. I don't know to what extent Nick Fuentes influenced the right-wing opinion of Israel. Hutch, what would you ask Hassan? Like if I just like if I was sitting in a room with him, if I was on a live stream with him? I don't know. That's a good question. There's a few questions. There's a few things that pop into mind, but if I had to ask one question, I think right now I would ask him how is he capable of making a harm reduction calculus when it comes to Israel versus Hamas, but he seemingly can't make the same kind of harm reduction calculus when it comes to like Newsom versus Vance. Like that does not make any sense to me. It seems wildly contradictory. He did it again. He just did it again. Yesterday, the day before, there was a Vox interview. Maybe we watch that next, actually. Maybe no spoilers. He laughed like his interviewer was asking him, would you vote for this person? Would you vote for that person? Would you vote for this person? And like the three Democrats are the two like very clear front runners right now, Newsom and Kamala. He laughed at the idea of voting for them in 2028. And it's like, how does that make any sense? Like you'll say, I'll never criticize Hamas because of like the harm reduction principle and they're not as bad as Israel. But you laugh at the idea of voting for Kamala Harris over, like JD Vance. Like, okay, well, that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
If I can push back, like if we're out on the road every day in Michigan when I'm there. In some communities, that issue is the number one issue, 100%. And like, I mean, up till this morning, right?
Like she's giving the best answer she really can. Like to try to take into account that there are people online that feel strongly about this without totally discounting their opinion, but then pointing out that she did win all of these Muslim majority areas and like she's navigating
she won
well.
the Israeli areas too, yeah.
People texting my phone.
Whoa, you mean Jewish? Whoa, sorry. Whoa,
Jewish.
Whoa, that was kind of.
We're working on.
No,
but I go
she said you're
outside the
wrong.
Detroit area. It's not in the top 40.
But Senator, it's not just a political issue; it's also a moral issue. Is what I'm trying to.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so let's talk about those, calling them balls and strikes, if you will. So first of all, do you accept that Israel has a policy of enforced famine and starvation in the Gaza Strip?
Like back to my notes on like the difference between like a hostile conversation. Like this isn't a friendly conversation with differences being pointed out. This isn't even an adversarial conversation. This is like a hostile conversation, right?
This is about as bad as you get.
This is like, yeah, to dig.
She's trying to move on from the topic, and this lady
or not even move on. Like she gave a decent answer, and now she wants to ground it out in like a very specific. Like I need your fucking I need your actual stance on this specific thing that Israel does. And it's like Jesus,
if you will.
His no was more emphatic on Booker than Tucker Carlson. I did notice that.
So first of all, do you accept that Israel has a policy of enforced famine and starvation in the Gaza Strip?
I think I literally put my name on a letter yesterday or last night that says like a policy of starvation. People are starting to starve. And in general, I mean, I served in places like Ramadi and Fallujah. I watched in 2004 and 2005 Al-Qaeda terrorists drag American citizens behind.
I don't think it's not clear to me that Slotkin is aware of the fact that her flexing these bona fides actually hurts her in this setting, both from right-wing isolationist populists and left-wing populists. Her flexing that she was in the CIA, stationed in the Middle East in the early 2000s, actually hurts her for them and their audience. But it's not clear to me that she's aware of that.
Behind a vehicle until they died, right? Like horrible, and then string them up like a lynching.
Okay.
We still had a responsibility to get aid into Fallujah, despite the fact that we were fighting Al-Qaeda cells in Fallujah, and I have been clear about that.
So this is a crime against humanity. Forced starvation is a crime against humanity.
The occupying power has a responsibility to get aid into the war zone, period.
So
by the law of war.
So in addition, do you accept that the Israeli plan, as reported by Haaretz, as discussed openly by ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, as backed by the President of the United States, is forced ethnic cleansing?
I think we have, as recently as yesterday, the Prime Minister of Israel talking about forced migration into certain areas and then potentially out of the country. That is not
like lawmakers on Capitol Hill. I mean, not even just on Capitol Hill, but like just like politicians of all stripes serving at every level. When you have a diplomatic relationship with a country, when a country is an allied nation, the language that you use can have an impact on diplomatic efforts, which, I understand that that's, what's the word I'm thinking of here? I I understand that that's frustrating, infuriating, because sometimes politicians have to dance around saying something in a particular way. And so they kind of like say it without saying it. You know, a really good example of how language really matters coming from politicians in a geopolitical context would be America's one China policy, which is a bit of a contradiction. So it's really important that we have diplomatic channels open with China. And in China's eye, in the Chinese Communist Party's eyes, Taiwan is a part of China. And so even though you had a situation where like Joe Biden, for example, said that he would commit to boots on the ground, American boots on the ground to defend Taiwan if China invaded. But even then, like diplomatically, when they use language, it's always within this one China policy. Like they don't, like Biden never asserted that Taiwan was a sovereign nation, even though he agreed to, he committed to boots on the ground, like American boots on the ground to defend Taiwan. And so someone like Slotkin has to be careful about the language that she uses, even if we just grant everything that Krystal is saying. Like, even if we just grant, like, let's just do that for the sake of this conversation. Just say everything Krystal's saying is right. You're more free to use whatever language you want as a podcaster than you are as a United States senator. Because if Slotkin is not careful and she uses language that fucks with diplomatic efforts, like just her words alone can make a bad situation worse. And there's not enough, I think, space to consider this in the online discourse. You should see how Japan got wrecked late last year and abandoned by the US on the PM's offhand comment about Taiwan. Not familiar with that, but I am familiar with the concept of like politicians saying something, slipping up, breaking from our, like official policy with respect to that country, but just by saying a word differently or something like that, and it fucks diplomacy up for years. And so, that is just a reality.
Legal. That is not on any international standard since World War II. And I've been clear about that. So I would ask for a little bit
strategic ambiguity. Yeah.
Of an open mind.
Well, what I would ask is, listen, I'm a YouTuber.
So like Slotkin here is basically saying like, yeah, they're doing war crimes. But she's careful to not come out and say that they're doing war crimes. Because if Slotkin says Israel's doing war crimes, then there is a possibility that that when they're negotiating with like the State Department, Israel's negotiating with like the State Department, it might remove some of the influence that America has over Israel. Like if we piss them off in that kind of way, then it might actually hurt our ability to make that situation better through our diplomatic efforts and influence. I don't know how true that is with Donald Trump, because I don't think he's trying to make things better at all, but Ixis, I don't know how to say that. Notice how China is our third largest trading partner, and there's zero questions about Tibet from Ball, and that was an actual genocide colonialism. I mean, that was also like 75 years ago. I mean, it's ongoing in terms of violating Tibet's, technically they never had like official sovereignty, but I mean, I take your point. You should ask Pisco if Krystal isn't trying to do gotcha questions. Why does she sometimes smirk after asking? Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I have my words. That's all I have. Yeah. But you're a United States senator. Like you're not the president, but you have power. So what are you going to do? Because so far what we've seen, I mean, you voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents.
Jesus.
You have backed Israel, as far as I can tell, from your voting record at almost every turn. You voted for a definition of anti-Semitism that would, codify anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism.
I mean, bear in mind that Krystal wants, like, as far as I understand, I think Krystal wants an end to United States support for Ukraine. Like, I'm pretty sure, right? Am I making that up? I'm pretty sure she wants the United States to stop sending aid to Ukraine, which would result in more dead Ukrainian children. And so she's she's very selective about what issue to moralize on.
You voted as a member of the House to sanction the ICC for indicting Benjamin Netanyahu, who you just admitted is a war criminal, by your own words. So are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do with power, and I would offer that right now Democrats own nothing in Washington. So don't
play powerless with me. You're a United States senator. There are things you can do.
In terms of who?
No, not really.
What can she do?
Nothing. The grandstand until you lose your election, which is what all these people want everybody to do. Yeah.
You're a United States senator, okay? You can do something. It's like, what is that even? What do you mean? Like, how can a United States senator that's in the minority, like, unilaterally do anything in this kind of context?
Runs our foreign policy. I just think it's interesting, right? That there was
also when they talk about like voting for weapons to murder children, the way that because there's never a position that you could actually have. There's never a position that you can actually have that's good enough for these people. All the people that voted for any type of defensive weapons for Israel, all of the pro-Pally sloppers, they all say that counts as offensive weapons, because if you vote for defensive weapons, now they can save money on defensive weapons, and now they can invest more on offensive weapons. So any aid whatsoever.
Fungible.
Supporting a genocide, yeah.
ton of protests when Democrats were in charge.
There was a protest in Manhattan yesterday.
Okay. I think it's fair to say, just to be honest, that back and forth, like the number of protests that go on now versus before.
Well, they were part of your political coalition.
Well, that's not
true. What she just said. Notice how none of you fucking sloppers are protesting the Republican government. Even last week, the protests were against fucking Schumer and Jeffries. It's crazy. And she's super correct to point that out.
I mean, Senator Slotkin,
that's fair.
Obviously, I'm here.
Yeah.
I was very upset over the Biden administration policy. And as you can tell, I'm very upset over the Trump administration policy. So let's deal not in strawman, but me and
in terms of the tools that I have, the tools that we have in general. To me, the most important thing is a pressurized campaign to get aid into people who are starving. That to me is the number one, because that's the one is urgent and today. And that.
But will you cut off aid to Israel so long as they're committing crimes against humanity?
There is a difference between a weapon to protect a country.
Oh God, this part. I'm about to lose brain cells again, guys. It's coming up. They're going to do it.
From incoming missiles versus other type offensive and defensive weapons are different.
So would you support offensive weapons ban? Like, would you stop any offensive aid to Israel?
That certainly, to me, would be a place to look, but I'm not going to cut off a blanket next sale on a defensive weapon that comes through. No.
I also reject that because, for example, if, Senator Slotkin, if you were asked to support defensive weapons for Iran, defensive weapons for Russia, you wouldn't back that.
I mean, I can't believe how.
Well, Iran and Russia are our enemies. So, I mean, like, yeah, we probably wouldn't support that.
No, but Iran, but
they're defensive. They're just protecting civilians, right? So how is it different?
But because Israel being shot at. I mean,
so is
Iran.
Yeah.
So is Russia.
Ukraine shooting at Russia right now.
I'm sorry. This is the difference between allies, partners, and adversaries.
Why is it an ally then? What are they doing right now which makes it an ally?
I think allied relationships, just like Lithuania right now, like an allied relationship or a partner relationship is a long-standing relationship of information.
If you're a lay person, then I think it's acceptable to not know the answer to, like, what do we get strategically? What do we get from having a relationship with Israel? It's fine if like a normie doesn't understand that. But if you're, what's his name again? Sagar? Is that how you say his name? This guy covers geopolitics for a living. You should at minimum be able to, you can have the opinion that the relationship with Israel does more harm than good. That's fine. You can make that argument if you want to make that argument, but you should be able to steelman that answer. Like, what do we get? Like, Sagar should be able to just say what she's about to say in terms of like describing what we get from a relationship with Israel. It's Sagar. Sagar is a joke and very unserious person. Why is it allied though? Well, we are allied with any nation because it benefits us. Like, we don't have alliances with other countries because we're altruistic, because we just want to make sure everyone is okay. Like, any relationship that we have with a country, we're getting something out of it. And in the case of Israel, This was a region that was historically extremely hostile to American interests for understandable reasons. We did a lot of meddling and don't have the best track record in the Middle East, to be honest with you. We're just calling balls and strikes here. That's changed in recent years. We are starting to forge much better relationships with a lot of the neighboring Arab countries. We have good relationships with countries like Qatar and Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, maybe Oman as well. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. But for the longest time, like Israel, us having a good relationship with Israel was so important because like they were like one of the only like safe kind of places for American interest in that entire region. And we do a lot of intelligence sharing. Like my understanding is that a lot of the benefit that we get from having relationships with countries, to having countries be our allies, a lot of that value comes from information sharing, is the way that I understand that. And so, it's especially useful if you can get intelligence that's really relevant to a region of the world that it has a lot of people that really don't like America and, would like to do us harm. And so, that's the answer on paper. I mean, if you want to make the argument that it's not worth the cost, then you can do that. And you'd be able to build like a defensible argument by doing that. But, when you ask the question like that, like, what are we even getting out of this? Like, well, you should be able to steel man that question without her saying that,
Sharing and diplomacy. And that is, to me, it's not a like every day we decide Lithuania is our ally or not. We're allied or not. And sometimes we have big breaks with allies, right? Sometimes we have difficult moments with allies. Sometimes it goes the wrong way with allies. But an allied relationship is a long-term relationship.
It's hard for me to understand why we should ally. Like, I'm sure you believe in or claim to believe in liberal human rights. Why would we ally with a nation?
Do you hear that little jab? It's subtle, but that was a little jab there. Did you hear that?
The most important thing is a pressurized campaign to get aid into people who are starving. That to me is we can't stand Donald Trump. So we're going to end any longstanding relationship we have with the American people. We're going to cut off any support we give them on information sharing or intelligence sharing. Like, we are not just our elected leaders. And I think that's the thing that's been lost in the conversation.
So B'Tselem and another Israeli human rights organization joined the Global Consensus, Amnesty International, some 800 scholars. There was a piece from an Israeli scholar in the New York Times in saying this is a genocide. Do you accept, even Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday came out and said it's a genocide.
Yes or no?
Do you accept that? And if you do, what responsibility does a United States senator have? This is a nation that, we send every year billions of dollars to aid that you have, voted for and supported. Like, what responsibility does a United States senator have to prevent genocide and to stop genocide that we see ongoing?
We have a responsibility up till today to ensure that.
Like, it might seem like a cop-out, and I genuinely do understand people being resistant to what I'm about to say, but even if and I don't pretend to know like what Alyssa Slotkin thinks in her mind, like what she actually believes. But let's say Alyssa Slotkin did think it was a genocide. She still has to be careful in the language that she uses in a setting like this. Because if just going back to what we were talking about before, if she comes out and she uses that language, then, and this might seem counterintuitive, but like the American government can exert influence on a country like Israel, obviously. The idea that they could get Israel to just like agree to a one-state solution with a full right of return and, just pressure Israel to stop what they're doing altogether, I think is fucking ridiculous. But you can, through your diplomatic efforts, as we saw through the Biden State Department, pressure Israel into doing things that save civilians' lives in Gaza. We saw that happen many times during the Biden administration. Now, at any point during the Trump administration, I don't think he gives a flying fuck about constraining Israel. So I don't know how much this matters. But if she, for example, would have used the word genocide when Biden was negotiating with Israel to try to pressure them to allow for, a safe exit out of out of a war zone, like, you know, evacuating like 1 million civilians out of Rafah, or pressuring Israel to let, you know, hundreds of trucks of food and aid to get into the country every day. Those things might have been jeopardized if she had been careless with the way that she spoke and used particular language. And, you know, I understand how that's not going to, that is never going to be enough for people. I think some people are going to hear that and they're just going to say like, no, this is just completely unacceptable. You need to call it what it is. And you need to speak, you need to be brave. But it's not even about being brave. Like, you do have to be careful with the language that you use when you're a United States senator.
Food is getting in.
Is it
so
a genocide?
People don't starve. I don't know that I'd use that term.
Why?
It is using the, it is violating the law of war.
Why don't you use the term though?
Because I think, you know, it's, to me, do I think it's ethnic cleansing, which is what I think of in genocide? I don't know if it meets that definition.
Didn't you say it earlier that it was ethnic cleansing? You said that they wanted to force it. I mean, this is open from the Israeli government.
These people are
They're
crazy.
saying, national security. They come out and they're like, we don't need shells. We need shells, not food, and we need to encourage migration.
They're saying you're not going to get me to support what the Israeli government is saying right now. I think the point I was trying to make is it's not just.
It doesn't matter if you support it or not. What matters is you got to use the right words and the right vernacular and the right, like, cool, hip, trendy things. Like, that's the only thing that matters.
You have to say XYZ, yeah.
Yeah, it's so fucking
I don't think I've seen a harder interview.
Yeah, it's like, this is crazy.
Nuts.
Yeah.
All right, so back to, is this a genocide? Yes or no?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
About, like, we have relationships with nations over time, regardless of who their leaders are. We have.
Hutch doesn't realize that virtue signaling is more important than harm reduction. Damn, you're right. I don't.
Really tough moments. We have easier moments, but that doesn't. So I'm not willing to say that, like, I hate everything ever.
Sure, but so even if you accept that they're committing a genocide, you still.
I take your point, Davin. We did just watch this interview a few days ago, so we'll get more into his reaction to the podcast.
Into rubble. And now we're seeing these emaciated bodies of babies starving to death every day. And I mean, like,
know what you can
does
do.
it eat you up? Does it eat you up? Do you think, what more can I do? Do you regret any of your votes? Do you regret any
what I was
sort of
working on this morning? A group of Jewish rabbis and Muslim community leaders came together with a proposal that we are working on just getting, like, if we can't get other aid in, at least get baby formula and nutritional supplements for children in. Let that be kind of a.
She doesn't give a fuck. The tears are performative. She doesn't give a fuck about the people. You just have to have the right position. She doesn't care about the fucking aid or starvation. You just have to have the right. It's got to be the most purity tested position. That's the only thing that fucking matters.
Green light, never has a problem. No one's trying to eat baby formula other than a baby, right? That is the proposal that I've been working on all night and this morning. So in terms of what we're trying to do, there's not a moment that goes by that this isn't something that I'm working on and something that my own community, not online, but my own community has practical things that they want to do. They're willing to raise the money. They're willing to buy the formula. They're willing to do whatever we need to do to get it shipped in. That's how I spend my time.
But you're not willing to cut off aid to Israel.
To me, that to me is the most effective thing that I can do today.
This is a settled question. Your staff is telling us you absolutely have to go. So we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Anyway, okay, so that's the interview. Anyway, this is
okay. These people are never getting another interview.
Yeah,
again,
it was a
right?
crazy hostile interview. But also, I like the fact that it perfectly demonstrated my complaint the entire time about, like, what it's like to be a liberal and then what it's like to be on the right and go to do interviews. People are like, oh, why didn't we go on Joe Rogan? Why didn't we do this? And in the past, you can even find a year plus ago clips of me saying, well, the problem is, like, you're a liberal, you go on these shows. Not only are you going to have an adversarial interview with a conservative, you're going to be getting shit on by all the other conservatives, and then the left is going to be attacking you too, right? And then that's exactly basically what happened here. Like, what was the point of even going on? This is supposed to be either a both sides show or whatever. Most of the questions came from Krystal. This was a adversarial hostile interview. This is about as hostile as it could possibly be. One
more question. What does populist, like, actually mean? I assume it's just, like, people who go.
Populist means it's a rhetorical style. It's not necessarily like a policy agenda. You know, you can have some policies that are designed to go along with like a populist framework. It's really like a style of language, and it's a way to present politics as a story. There's like a narrative with populism, which is that there is an elite group of people at the very top that are essentially rigging the system against everybody else. Maybe that's a bit too specific, but it's like a populist politician is someone who claims to be speaking for the working man. They claim to be like the champion of the working man and like represent their interests in government against, you know, like an elite cabal at the very top that are controlling everything basically. And so there's left-wing populism, which is like very much anti-billionaire, anti-corporation, and then or anti like private money interests and lobbying and donors as far as like the Democratic Party like apparatus. And then there's right-wing populism, which is more about like bureaucracy, the deep state, liberal media, you know, these kinds of things. And there's elements of truth in populism, which is like those typically to me are always the most dangerous and most effective rhetorical styles or political styles are the ones that do have kernels of truth in them. They make it a lot more difficult to sort of attack. When somebody is saying some things that are like technically true in certain contexts and maybe to like a much lower degree, it's kind of harder to attack those things. And so it's not that the populists always get everything wrong, but it's the self-serving nature of populism. Like, you know who's a really good example of a populist in pop culture? I'm thinking of a character in a comic book like a comic book film. Somebody guess who I'm talking about. Like a real Bane. Yes. 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 That's yes. Bane. The speech that he gave. When he was reading about, like, when he revealed to, spoiler if you haven't seen The Dark Knight Rises, when he was revealing to Gotham and the world the truth about Harvey Dent, and he gave that speech about like, we're taking back Gotham and giving it to you, the people. Like, he was like that was like definitely a very populist kind of framing. And there were elements of truth to it, right? That's what makes populism so dangerous. But the issue with populism is that it always seems to attract like con men, grifters, frauds. And it's really easy to play into people's like fears and anxieties and anger and frustration. Like, populism thrives in anger. That's like the driving force behind populism is like anger and grievance. And that's a really dangerous thing, I think, in politics. When you center your politics in anger and grievance, it generally tends to have like bad outcomes. When you look at the populists throughout history, most of them have been very bad. Please read actual definition of populism. You are close, but have to invent stuff that was already explained. Listen, buddy. I'm pretty confident that that my definition of populism is like very correct. I could be wrong. Populism, a political approach that strives to appeal to ordinary people who feel that their concerns are disregarded by established elite groups. Fuck you, buddy. I fucking nailed it, bro. I fucking nailed it, bruh. I gave you a perfect definition of populism. Mussolini was a populist. Joseph McCarthy was a populist. Hitler was a populist. Pol Pot was a populist. You know, who's the guy in Libya? Gaddafi was a populist. It's just mostly like populism, and historically has just been mostly bad, like very, very, very bad. There's some EU leaders that have presented themselves as populists. FDR was also a populist. I think so. I mean, is that true? I think he was, yeah. Yes, he was. So it's not all bad, just to be clear. It's not all bad. It's not that every leader, populist leader throughout history has been bad, but mostly been bad. Listen to Destiny's definition. Uh-oh. What's Destiny going to say here?
Go over like popular interviews?
No.
Like,
So populism,
popular like topics?
No. So populism is the idea that it's a very broad term, but like basically it's the idea that there is some kind of broad, unseeable enemy, and some person is going to deliver you from that broad, unseeable enemy. So people are usually
not quite. He was close. If he would have said enemy at the top, that's controlling things. Like the elite versus the downtrodden is the dynamic that populism is addressing.
blaming like people that talk a lot about like
silent assassin with 104 months. Oh my God. Courtney Haynes with $5. What do you say when leftists say, to this day, Biden did literally nothing to stop Israel? Even leftists I respect say he genuinely did zero. I usually don't engage because it's just like, it's very counterintuitive to suggest that, so like, first of all, it's difficult to engage with that because I personally agree with the criticism that Biden could have had a firmer hand with Israel. But at the same time, there's also like a balancing act that Biden had to do and his State Department had to do, because would the situation for people in Gaza have been better or worse if America had destroyed our relationship with Israel and alienated them and had zero influence? Like, sure, we would have been morally, we would have been like more virtuous looking, and we would have looked more moral if Biden would have been like just scorched earth on Netanyahu. But if that would have resulted in Israel just severing the relationship we had with them, then in my mind, that would have led to tens of thousands of more dead people in Gaza, because they wouldn't have had anybody pressuring them to allow aid into the region and to, you know, take more effort to not kill civilians. And so it's just complicated and difficult to convince people in a debate kind of setting. It's difficult to convince someone. Well, it's like, I understand your frustrations, but at the same time, they did kind of have to, like, if the State Department wanted to be a tool of diplomacy, and if the State Department wanted to create less deadly or like less death and less suffering in Gaza, then they did kind of have to make efforts to maintain that relationship and not alienate Israel too much. But that's, I don't know, that's a really difficult thing to convince people on historically. When I've gotten into these kinds of exchanges, it's like difficult to convince people that this is the case, and they just want, like, no, you have to just be like really, like, you just have to be brutally tough on Netanyahu. And yeah, I don't know. That's a hard one.
Like the elites, the elite class.
Yeah. Oh, okay, hang on.
Billionaires.
You got there. Never mind.
And it's got to be like it's also
other aid and the
interviews. People are like, oh, why didn't we go on Joe Rogan? Why didn't we do this? And in the past,
he did get there. Never mind. He mentioned the elites. Yeah.
A year plus ago, clips of me saying, well, the problem is, like, you're a liberal, you go on these shows. Not only are you going to have an adversarial interview with a conservative, you're going to be getting shit on by all the other conservatives, and then the left is going to be attacking you too, right? And then that's exactly basically what happened here. Like, what was the point of even going on? This is supposed to be either a both sides show or whatever. Most of the questions came from Krystal.
Zixon, I don't know how to say that name. Thanks so much for the tier 1 membership.
It's a adversarial hostile interview. It's about as hostile as it could possibly be.
One more question. What does populist like actually mean? I assume it's just like people who go over like popular interviews.
No.
Like,
So populism,
popular like topics.
No. So populism is the idea that it's a very broad.
You know what I've discovered? I've discovered that I don't think a lot of people understand what populism is. I think a lot of people assume that populism means doing policies that help working class people, that help like the 99%. I think a lot of people think that that's what populism is, but it's not. That it's more of a framework. It's more of a rhetorical framework, a deliberate political strategy.
Broad term, but like basically it's the idea that there is some kind of broad, unseeable enemy, and some person is going to deliver you from that broad, unseeable enemy. So people are usually blaming like people that talk a lot about like the elites, the elite class, the Jews, the billionaires, and that I am like, and it's got to be like it's also usually anti-establishment. Like the establishment has allowed these people to run amok and they failed you, and so we're gonna.
Populism isn't necessarily about the elites. It pits you in a group against any other group. Could be women, foreigners, elites, poor people. You're wrong about this. You need to read more. Listen. Well, I'm on the Wikipedia page right now, and it says populism is a contested concept for a variety of political stances that emphasize the idea of the common people, often in opposition to a perceived elite. It is frequently associated with anti-establishment, anti-political sentiment. The term developed in the late 19th century and has been applied to various politicians, parties, and movements since that time, often assuming a pejorative tone. Within political science and other social sciences, different definitions of populism have been employed. I mean, let's be fair to your point. I'm just saying, like, so the only every time I've ever looked up populism, it was always framed in the context of like there's like an elite group at the top that's fucking the working man or the common man or whatever. Apparently it's contested. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. What are the other definitions that other people get? That's the only definition that I've ever seen for that. Chat is just being a definition monger, definition maxer. Competing academic definitions. Political scientists don't all agree on what counts as populism. For example, ideational definition. Populism is a thin ideology that divides society into the pure people versus the corrupt elite. There's a strategic definition. Populism is a political strategy where a leader seeks direct personal support from the masses, often by bypassing institutions. There's a discursive definition. Populism is a style of political communication that uses certain language, the people, the elite, the establishment, etc. I just think listen, no disrespect. I just think some people in my chat that are insisting that I have this definition wrong, I think you guys are wrong. I'm pretty sure that emphasis on the elite versus the common man is an integral part of what populism is. If you guys have links to other takes on what populism is, then let me know. You can link it, but I'm pretty sure. Populism literally just means couching your politics in whatever is societally popular. It can be left. I don't think this is true, though. I don't think that's true. I think that's wrong. I think that's what a lot of people think it means. Like, I think that's what Kyle Kalinske thinks that word means. for example, because I've heard him use that word a lot. I think that's what like Cenk thinks that word means, but I think they just never understood what the word meant, and so they just went with their own definition. They just assumed that populism was like a good thing. We're doing things that are popular with the working people. I think that's what they think it means, but I don't think that's. I've never seen a definition that is in line with that kind of interpretation.
We're going to fight against the establishment. We're going to fight against the billionaires, the donor class, the political elites, the Epstein class. It's all of these things.
Okay, so this is what
populism is not an ideology. When Trump can run as a populist and people believe it on both the left and right, it's just a vibe check. It's not an ideology. No, it's not. It's more of a framework or a rhetorical style or a political strategy.
Trump kind of ran on.
Yes, 100%.
We would
yes.
say populism.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the issue with
it's
populism...
like we're going to fight X, Y, Z.
Yeah, and I'm the
we're
person who's going to do it. Yeah. The issue with populism is oftentimes, one, it doesn't properly analyze the problems almost ever. But the issue from that stems naturally from that is that, too, they don't...
It's too overly simplistic, and it oftentimes leads to bad policies.
Major All-Sham asked me, define the political term populism. Populism is a political approach that pits the pure people against the corrupt elite, appealing to ordinary folks' grievances. It's not a full ideology, but a style. Think anti-establishment rhetoric, often on the left, like economic justice, or right, like nationalism, flexible as hell, used by leaders to rally support against perceived insiders.
It can overlap with ideologies. Like when you combine populism with ultra-nationalism, you get fascist Italy and Nazi Germany. You know, it can overlap with ideologies in really toxic ways. Did I say Germanly? Did I say that? Did I fuck that word up? But it can oftentimes, so because it oversimplifies problems, it can oftentimes lead to bad policies. I'm not an economist. You guys know this. I have never pretended to be an economist, but I do a little bit of research on policies when they come up. And so like one thing that's coming up a lot in Democratic Party discourse right now is the wealth tax. I would encourage you guys to listen to the conversation that Ezra Klein had with, it was a really interesting conversation about how like wealthy people cheat on their taxes, basically. I think it's the most recent episode. I'll link it for you guys in the chat. It's called, the name of the episode is Salaries. Oh, wait, no. Our tax system should make you furious. And he had basically this woman who had helped rich people do their taxes for years, and she knew about all these loopholes and did a really good job of explaining like how people like Bezos can basically pay nothing in taxes. Who was the lowest? Warren Buffett, I think his effective tax rate was 0.1%. Bezos, I think, was like 0.9% or something like that. Anyways, I'll link it for you guys. It's a good video. It's like an hour. Very informative video. It's crazy, the loopholes. It's crazy. But they talked about a wealth tax for a little bit. I looked into like the wealth tax a little bit like a month ago, but then, you know, she brought up a lot of the critiques of the wealth tax. Right now, the online left are demanding support for a wealth tax. And they're saying if you oppose the wealth tax, which is like a one-time tax, it's like a proposed one. I'm afraid that California is going to pass it. I think it's probably going to end up passing it. I hope I'm wrong about that, because it is just bad policy. And so like you have this problem, right? Like concentrated wealth, like too many people at the very, very top own far too much compared to the bottom, like 99%. And so, you know, your mind goes to, okay, well, we have to figure out how to redistribute like this wealth. And so then your mind might go to, well, the easiest thing to do would just be to like tax people's wealth. Take literally just take like 2% of their assets or whatever, the value of their assets or whatever. And there's just all kinds of problems with this kind of policy in California. There were problems with wealth taxes in European countries that tried them and then abandoned them. There's like 5 EU countries that did a wealth tax and then saw that it was just not producing what they wanted it to produce. And so they just abandoned it because it just ended up being bad policy. And so, but oftentimes these overly simplistic explanations of what is going on or like what is causing problems in the world lead people to overly simplistic policy prescriptions that are not well thought out and don't really lead to good outcomes and sometimes make things worse. And so populism is bad for a number of reasons, but that's one of the biggest problems with populism. The oversimplification of things. Populism, I think, promises easy explanations and easy answers to complex problems that require complex solutions.
Don't usually offer good solutions to anything either. So because populists don't identify the correct problems, they come in offering super broad solutions that aren't even possible to implement. And even
okay, I swear to God, I did not pre-watch this, but yeah, I guess we're on the same page here.
Where they wouldn't solve anything. So it always fails. It always falls apart. Populist regimes never work out because they're always overpromising, under-delivering, and then making people just ass-pained as fuck about like, literally everything. It's like the lowest form of like political theater, ideology, internet politics, whatever. It's just, I mean, it existed before the internet, but it's so...
Okay, so it's pretty much like we have an enemy and we have to go after them. They're the reason for all of our issues, and we need to win, and basically, we're going to win. Okay. Yeah.
Well, specifically an elite enemy, but yeah.
And Bernie, you would say Bernie was a populist as well because he reversed not the Jews or whatever, but like the business class.
Sure. Although
like
Bernie was...
Bernie is like Bernie, I think, basically like single-handedly... well, I mean, I think he gets like credit for like 90. I think he gets 90% of the credit. Actually hilarious because Destiny has several moments in his reaction where he swears he's not pre-watching your points. Listen, I've said for years that him and I think about politics very similarly. Obviously, we've had some disagreements as of late, but for the most part, it's not that we have like even like the same ideology, but I think we think about politics in a very similar way. I think the average progressive just hears tax on wealthy. Wealth tax has always had the reverse effect. Why not stick to things that are easier to fix, like higher income or property taxes? The biggest problem, as I understand it, as was communicated by economists that sounded way smarter than me, the biggest problem with the wealth tax on the state level is capital flight. And we've seen this happen. This is not just a, what is a red herring? What is a red herring? A clue or piece of information that is or intended to be misleading or distracting. That's not quite what I'm going for here. Capital flight is not just like a thing that right-wingers fearmonger about. It is a real thing. There has been significant capital flight from blue states, especially in the post-COVID era. And if California announces a wealth tax, the California, I think the bill that is going to be on the ballot in November, I think retroactively applies, which like there's some legal challenges to that. There might be some constitutional issues with that, but if you're a fabulously wealthy person living in California, it's really fucking easy for wealthy people to move to a different state. It's a lot less easy for even someone who's making like $400,000 a year to move to a different state. If you're a billionaire, moving to a different state is nothing. Like that's nothing. Like you sign a few papers, you make a few calls, and people pack up all your shit and then fucking 7 days later, everything's set up in a new house in like Virginia or Tennessee or something like that. And so if you live in a state like California and you're this like really wealthy billionaire or whatever, and the state votes to take 2% of the value of your assets, which there's all kinds of problems with that as well. It's like, how do you calculate someone's net worth at that level? You know, there's so many things that you have to, like, that requires a large, enormous staff of people that are pouring. It's like very, very invasive. And this is the argument that the person on Ezra Klein's podcast was making, which is that even though there's this populist sentiment that's sort of in vogue in the country right now, there is a point of the public perceiving the government as going too far. And so it's not really clear to me that the public would back something like this in practice, and it would just be really, really easy to attack. And there's just better ways to redistribute wealth. There's just better, more effective ways in the existing tax code to address this problem. And so it's just, my understanding is that there's like kind of a consensus with economists that wealth taxes are like just not great. They're just not efficient in the same way that other taxes like property taxes and estate taxes and income taxes. It's just not as effective as like altering those codes. But again, it's championed by populists, you know, because it looks good on paper. Like, we're just going to take 2% of Jeff Bezos's like estate or whatever. And just in practice, it's just not good policy. So yeah, anyways, Christian with the primer. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Bernie was definitely a populist. He did a bit better, though, than the average populist because he usually had actionable. I would say that Bernie.
I think that's underselling it. I think Bernie is like, if you count Trump, I think Bernie is like 90% of the reason why populism is so in vogue on the left. I think Bernie almost single-handedly caused this new wave of populism. And it is kind of new, you know, like if you go back like 2 decades, you didn't see this same level of animosity towards the extremely wealthy. It really wasn't even that long ago in US history where like wealthy people were elevated and seen as like forces of good in the country. That's obviously changed in the last like 10 to 15 years. And that has more to do, I think, with the bank bailouts and the recession than it has to do with Bernie. Like Bernie was just capitalizing off of some really latent like rage, a lot of it justifiable rage.
I was going to super
like Medicare for all.
I would say that Bernie used populist rhetoric, but I think in policy practice, I don't know if I would say that Bernie is the same type of populist because he had a lot of experience, obviously, in the Senate. He had specific policy goals and recommendations that weren't just demonizing the fuck out of everybody that was in the elite class and everything else, although that was a lot of the rhetoric he used, but at least he had actionable policies to talk about. But
okay, yeah.
I felt like she was remarkably composed. There was really only one moment where she let the guard down literally for like a half second where she gave Krystal kind of like a sideways glance, literally like a sideways glance. But they were pressing her and asking her questions, and she was answering their questions. And then basically every time she started to answer their questions, they would cut her off, not address what she had just said, and then deflect to some other question.
True.
And some of the questions that they were asking her, I'm sorry, were fucking ridiculous. Like this gotcha question that Krystal asked, where she said, oh, you support, you know, providing Iron Dome to Israel? Why wouldn't you also support giving it to Iran and Russia to help protect their civilians? As if there's not like 5 immediate non-starters for why we would never give Iran and Russia the Iron Dome. I want to bust out laughing right now at thinking it's such a stupid question.
Is the question unfair? Wait, is the question unfair?
Oh God, I'm gonna get re-triggered here. Pisco's gonna re-trigger me rewatching this here. The question is
with her
ridiculous.
Answer. The question in virtue of what is it ridiculous?
Iran and Russia
you
literally
tell me, Pisco.
supply fucking terrorist organizations that are
it's just totally different in kind. It's a weird.
Which they would just give it to them. Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
It's a very weird gotcha question.
Yeah.
Can you think of any reason why we wouldn't give Iran and Russia the Iron Dome?
100%. But are you just saying that the question is unfair because it's obvious what the answer is, and so you shouldn't ask?
I didn't say. I said it's.
I thought you said it was unfair.
I said it's a silly question. It's a really, really, really profoundly silly
I think the
question.
way she answered the silly question was not nearly so optically good as she could have. Like it looked like she's on the back foot, where the answer should be a simple like, "Hey, we have."
Also, just God, fuck. This is such a good interview. Actually, this whole thing is going to be really good. The reason why the entire media apparatus right now is obsessed with all of these feel-good interviews where all you do is you yes and each other, you never push each other, you never challenge each other ever, is because you always look good in these shows. Every single fucking time. You always look good. You always look good. And you're seeing right now, well, if you do an adversarial conversation, of which I do think people should do more of, I think political people should always be held to the standard of doing this. And people that comment on politics especially should be held to the standard of doing this. But this is why people...
To be clear, the guy mentioned is a piece of shit, but advocating doxing, really?
Because that was an incredibly hostile interview. It was incredibly challenging. Keep in mind that she has everything staked against somebody who has...
Hasanabi. It's so funny that this dude was complaining about me after October 7th and calling me an anti-Semite for being pro-Israel. We've identified the man who runs the far-right troll account on X, whose jokes about rape and Holocaust have earned him nearly 200,000 followers, which include Vice President J.D. Vance. His name is Alexander Norton from Rockaway Park in New York City. I don't know if this is this doxing? Unmasking someone, I think, is different from doxing. Like unmasking an account on Twitter? Is that doxing? I mean, this is not a new practice. I mean, I feel like, has Taylor Lorenz done this a number of times?
Has nothing at stake. She's a U.S. senator that's going to be fighting for re-election in a district of many types of people, and Krystal Ball is just a sloppy list who can say whatever retarded shit she wants in her program with absolutely zero pushback at all, because who the fuck cares, right? And now you've got these people who are digging through, did Slotkin give the optically correct answer when she was being grilled on whether or not we should give defensive aid to enemies of the United States of America? Like, Jesus.
Search and publish private or identifying information about a particular individual on the internet, typically with malicious intent. I just don't know. I mean, like, so the media, is that, are you saying that should be off limits for the media? It should be off limits for the media to like unmask. I don't know. I feel like there's a public interest there. Is there not? Is there not a public interest in? I don't know. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I guess this is it's an interesting moral and ethical dilemma you've proposed here.
Fucking Christ. Like, what a crazy thing to be evaluated on. Like, people like Republicans could just never put themselves in these positions, and people on the far left will never put themselves. Yeah, and neither people on the far left. They will never have this type of conversation about like Hassan or about any like super far left person, because they never put themselves in these positions. They won't go on adversarial platforms ever.
And to be fair, it doesn't seem like the Slotkin lady knew that she was going on a very adversarial platform either.
Yeah, I don't know what her staffers told her or what information.
No, I don't think she knew. I don't think she knew.
Expecting it to be like that would be my guess. Yeah.
Allies and we had adversaries, and I'm just saying I'm not so confident that she could perform well on a presidential.
So is that a layup question then, Hutch? If it's so obvious,
it's a layup if you're not a politician and you don't need to worry about being composed because you.
Oh, holy shit! Me and Hutch are fucking mind melded, dude.
Would just look at Krystal with a silly face and be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But she had to like pause, compose herself, and then explain really basic concepts like adversaries versus allies. Like we would never in a million years.
I think Krystal's question is sort of questioning that Israel should be an ally of America.
I'm getting triggered again.
Then ask that question. Just get to that question.
Yeah, at that point. But there's a better way to do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I need a mind meld soundboard effect.
And they eventually did get to that question. And they started to kind of dive into what that is. but they're asking questions like, what do we get out of a relationship with Israel? Which is like, I mean, they cover geopolitics for a living. They should understand, like, you can have a moral opposition to our, like, being allied with Israel. I'm fine with questioning.
Wait, so what's wrong with the question then? If it's like easy to answer and it's like, well, Israel's our ally, and
he didn't say it was easy to answer. He said it was easy to answer if you have nothing at stake. I don't know why he only hears like half the question sometimes, or he's like selectively ignoring things.
Should be our ally. What's wrong? Why is that like a gotcha question? Why is the question wrong if there's just a very easy answer to it? Is it because Democrats shouldn't be questioned on Israel?
Like, and that's crazy to obtusely jump to such an insane.
Oh, I'm getting triggered again. I'm getting triggered.
Do you think that that's what Hutch is going to say? Like, yes, I think that Democrats should never have to answer questions on Israel. Jesus.
Oh, that's not what I'm saying. You can question her on Israel, but when you ask, why would you, like, if it's about protecting civilians, why not give it to Iran? Well, like, if this is a highly top secret classified weapon system, and we give it to Iran, they could theoretically repurpose it and make it redundant. It's like, that is just like, immediately that's where your mind should go.
But
and
like,
then the
why
Iron
shouldn't
Dome doesn't work for anyone. So like, why would we ever consider, like, if you want to make the point that we should,
I think there's better answers to this, but it's okay, I guess.
We should question our relationship with Israel. That's fine. But
I'm just saying, like, why is it a gotcha question if it's like a very, very simple, easy answer and obvious? Like, what's wrong with the question?
Like, imagine if she were to ask the question. Okay, so just curious, you said a lot of things about laws in the United States.
Why is Pisco the way that he is? I think Pisco, and listen, I identify with this. I think Pisco is hardwired for like arguments and debates. I think he fucking loves arguing and debating. And it's like, I get that. I really do. I understand that. But I think he likes that dynamic. I just think he likes like being in that kind of a dynamic.
States, and I've noticed that you claim to care about children.
But sometimes, Pisco, who is my boy, that I love, sometimes I think his love of the game, he's just for the love of the game, can lead him to coming across as like intentionally obtuse or contrarian.
Do you really think there's a difference between a child who's 17 years and 364 days and 18 years old? Do you think there's and it's like, well, shouldn't that be a layup question? And it's like, Jesus Christ, like, what the fuck? What the fuck kind of question is that? Holy shit, like, how do you, like, it's such a stupid thing to say, well, if it's an easy question to answer, shouldn't it be like, Jesus?
I don't think it was simple or obvious to like Krystal. I think she legitimately thought that it was a slam dunk gotcha question.
Yes, it was. That is what she thought, obviously.
Couldn't like figure her way out of, but Slotkin like literally.
Wait, can I go in the rift right now? I should be able to, right?
Paused, composed herself and said, we have allies, we have adversaries, and we have strategic partners. And she had to like explain this dynamic, which is just really, this is like really basic level geopolitical stuff.
Well, if it's really basic, why is it a problem? Like if someone asks me really basic,
I just get that was the frustrating part of this conversation, and it happens a lot like in Twitter debates too. You'll be asked a question and you'll give like, I mean, I gave him a substantive answer there. Like I gave him details. Like I didn't just like repeat the claim. I tried to add some substance to the claim. I in my mind it shouldn't even really need to be explained like why this is a stupid question. It's just obvious why it's a stupid question, that's kind of my point though. Like my point is obviously a stupid question. And if you want to make the case that we should question our relationship with Israel, do that. Just come out and do that, or use a different kind of hypothetical to make your point. Just not one that has such obvious non-starters that it's just not even productive.
Question. Like look at Pete Buttigieg, right? Pete Buttigieg gets
like he asked me a question and I give him an answer and then he's just kind of just like repeats the question. Well, if it's so obvious, then why is it so bad? It's like, well, I feel like I've explained it like twice now.
Really basic fucking question about inflation, or is like
hold on, let me check real quick. So I want to say something retarded. Pete is not currently holding any office right now, is he? Did he run again for
Pisco? No, he's not.
What?
He's not holding any office.
Pete Buttigieg, I think he's saying.
Did you say Pisco?
Mm-hmm.
No, I said Pete Buttigieg.
Okay, well, I'm saying Pisco isn't a problem.
True. Pisco's not true. Is Pete planning on running again for like mayor or something? I don't know.
I think Pete's planning on running for president again, but I don't know. We'll see if he can We'll see if he can make up ground.
Pete's not a currently elected official. Pete has a ton of flexibility to go around and do a ton of these podcasts and be on a ton of adversarial platforms and answer questions with a whole host of like flexible strategies that are not really available to a sitting U.S. senator. It's a totally different thing.
Like, look at Pete Buttigieg, right? Yeah. Pete Buttigieg gets a really basic fucking question about inflation, or is like with this guy on this, whatever. I don't even know what news I think it was. And he makes a really simple set of like parameters.
Like at that point in time, who is Pete's constituency, right? It's like the people who are watching the program. That's his audience. Whereas Slotkin has to answer questions trying to appeal to the audience of Breaking Points, while also trying to appeal like broadly to the U.S. left Democratic Party kind of, while also appealing to the constituents back in Michigan, in her home state, and then make sure that she's not like closing off future potential avenues for work or talking to future constituents, whatever. Like it's just, there's a lot more of a calculation going on there than Pete, who I guess maybe is running in 2028. It's a totally different type of mental math that's going on per question here.
Make the other guy look like a fucking idiot. I'm just like asking, like, why is that a problem? If it's such a loaded question or a question that's like requires just a basic distillation of shit, why can't she use it to stunt on Krystal?
Yeah, and Hutch, really quick, because I want to give an example of what Peace was talking about. Like, have you seen like Bernie Sanders on like Sacha Baron Cohen's like Who is America?
It's been a while. It's been a while. That show is crazy.
Yeah, he's playing this like obese like Southern dipshit, and he's like, why don't we put the 99% and put them in the 1%? And Bernie is like, but that's not how math works. Like, you know, he doesn't pause. Like optically, this looks not bad for Bernie. Like he tries to make Bernie look stupid, and Bernie's like, you're like, essentially you're fucking stupid without saying it. And Slotkin, I think, tried to do that. But like what I'm saying is, rhetorically and optically, I don't think her answer looked good, even if she had the right idea. And that's
I think you're falling.
What was she supposed to say? What did they not like about the answer? I don't know.
Victim to this. Sorry, you
what are you supposed to say when somebody's like, well, why don't we give
Hutch, explain why would ask a politician a question? I don't understand that sentence.
Weapons to Iran and Russia.
I just wanted to say that personally, I want both teams to lose. So like, I think that number one, going on Breaking Points is kind of like a Guantanamo Bay torture tactic, like that you can use against anyone. And so seeing our political class have to deal with that program, I mean, watching them interview Kat was like watching like two monkeys trying to like build a car. It was just a complete fucking mess. I can't watch Breaking Points with
this is Kat Abugazela out of Illinois, who ran for the 9th district, right?
Yeah, out of Illinois. It's just like the questions they asked, or when I hear like Krystal just make shit up about wars. Like it's like she's just like winging it. Like when we gave Ukraine all the jets, we never gave Ukraine jets. That's why they invaded Kurds. Just like random stuff. So I don't like them, but also I do want the political class to be put in front of bad shows and bad programs to deal with bad questions. If you're going to run for president of the United States, you're going to be in a room eventually where you're going to have some Fox News.
Just to be clear, that's not true though right now. It's just not true. Donald Trump, what were the tough rooms that Donald Trump was in when he was running for president?
There was one that he went to that was tough. And it's the only one that I can remember. He went to some kind of a forum for black journalists. Do you remember that? I was actually shocked that he agreed to go to that one. And that one ended up going real poorly for him. And I can't think of any others off the top of my head. Settings that he went into that were like pretty hostile. Maybe like one or two others, but for the most part, Trump stuck to the hug boxes during the campaign. He does agree to contentious interviews sometimes, but I think that's because of hubris. I think like when he's in power, he genuinely believes that he's this like mastermind 5D chess, brilliant strategist. And then he just like gets in way over his head. Vishy, what's up, man? How's it going?
Was there a single one for 2024? A single tough room? A single tough...
There was one. There was literally one. There was literally one.
Like, there's no interview. I don't think so.
Oh, true. I guess he did. He did do debate with Kamala.
He did the debate. That's true.
Like anything else?
But that's not, that's not the same thing as a media
By the way, with the other Republicans, he skipped the ones. He didn't do any with DeSantis or with Nikki Haley.
All right. I think we got the gist of it. I think we line up here. Wow, what a nightmare. Bro, are you guys aware of this person? Are you guys aware of this person? I don't even think I know their name. I think it's like Blake, maybe Blake. Not even a little. I think it's like Blake something. One of the worst lefty Twitter accounts. It's so bad. She is one of the worst. Actives Blakely. And this is her on I've Had It. Like she is kind of like, I don't know. To me, she's like a fucking actual, like an actual, how do you spell that? Hang on. Blakely. She's like an actual lol cow. She's like a Twitter lol cow. Just the worst. Where do I find her videos? Here's a video. Neoliberals like Ezra. Wait, what is that? The fuck is that?
She wouldn't. It's my birthday.
I think this is DMCA stuff. I think you can't do that. I think these clips, because they go on for so long, end up like demonetizing the streams. I'm just picking. This is the first video that I saw from her on her feed.
I think you might be right. I think it is time to actually reevaluate our stances and our strategy because Democrats were so unpopular. We keep losing. I think that's great that you're here.
She says as we're winning by fucking historic margins, but okay.
The first step is acknowledging that you have a problem. Obviously, Kamala Harris and the Democrats in 2024 running on a very right-wing campaign was a disaster.
Did you see what I mean? Like, just 5 seconds into the video, and it's already one of the stupidest videos you've ever seen in your life.
Because they're always going to choose the right wing. So let's talk about some ways that we can embrace the Democratic base and actually run on.
Remember the conversation we were just having about populist brain rot, about how like populism is stupid? This woman is like a through and through dyed-in-the-wool populist. She's like one of the best examples of true populist brain rot, like actual brain rot.
Policies that are popular and that the American people and the Democratic base actually want. Exactly. And I found it. I found the answer. I think you're right. We have to start embracing bold new ideas because people are getting fed up and our approval just keeps going in the other direction. Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad that you're starting to get this. I mean, it's fairly obvious from the fact that Zohran Mamdani won in a landslide and everybody loves his policies and you guys keep pretending that that's not happening, but whatever. I'm glad.
I mean, listen. Why do these people force other people who like Zohran to say things like it's just not true that Zohran won in a landslide? That would have been better, I think, but that's just not true. The race out of New Jersey. Hold on, did I bookmark it? Please tell me I bookmarked it. Fuck, I didn't bookmark it. Shit. I just saw a tweet where they compared like the overperformance margins, and I think we've had 7 congressional special elections since 2024. I think the tally is 7. Let me see if I can find this fucking tweet. And right here. And just take a guess. Like, so overperformance means relative to how Trump performed in those districts in 2024. So from that baseline, Florida's first district was D plus 23, which means that the Democrat in that race, it's not that they won by 23, it's that they improved by 23 points in a district in terms of how they voted for Trump in 2024. If you had to guess which Democrats who have won these special elections which were the two that were endorsed by Bernie Sanders? Who would you guess? Mikey, Cheryl, was not a special election? I don't know. It was Tennessee's 7th district, and it was New Jersey's 11th district. Meaning the two least the two smallest overperformances were both from the progressive wing. Were both Bernie endorsed, but you cannot convince these people. Like, they have constructed this reality where the normie Democrats that they don't like are still losing, and their preferred candidates are doing much better. And both of these are not true. These claims are false. They're incorrect, but you can't convince these people. You cannot move them from this narrative. They're so committed to the narrative.
Glad you're here now. Some very basics that we should have on the table for the next election are like defunding Israel, abolishing ICE, giving everybody healthcare, Medicare for all. Actually, I don't think we should talk about income inequality or any economic issues. What do you mean? It's the main reason why Zohran Mamdani won. It's also the main reason that voters said that.
Again, Democrats are running on economic issues. In fact, the Democratic Party right now, like basically every candidate is centering the economy. Like all of them are already doing this. And so I guess in her world, that's not happening. Like only the progressive candidates are talking about economic issues.
That they voted for Donald Trump. People literally can't afford to live anymore. And obviously we have to do things like protecting people's civil rights. My idea actually is that I think that we should start running anti-abortion candidates again.
A thought experiment, I will grant, an inelegant thought experiment on Ezra Klein's podcast means that there's an organized push from Democrats to start running pro-life candidates. I haven't seen any other Democrat talk about this, by the way. It was literally only Ezra.
On the Democratic side, because we can't win in red states unless we run anti-abortion candidates. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Where did that even come from? Abortion wasn't even a top 5 issue in this last election. Yeah. The professional lib class, like Ezra Klein and Neera Tanden. You know, people who have
Neera Tanden talked about this? I missed that.
Literally never been right about anything and have helped drive us into the neoliberal hellscape we're living in now, but for some reason are still seen as credible voices worth listening to on literally anything. They said that we should be focusing on moving to the right and allowing more anti-choice, candidates, and that will.
I mean, if you want to frame it this way, okay. But I mean, like, what they're saying is that the candidates need to better match the constituencies that they would possibly be running to persuade. That's a different thing from saying, like, the party leadership or the overall messaging of the party should shift in a rightwards direction. That's not what they're saying, actually. They're saying you should be more flexible in terms of the kind of candidates that you run in red districts. If we ever want to rebuild a coalition that looks like Obama's map in 2008, then we have to have conversations about what it looks like for a Democrat to win in, districts in Nebraska or Missouri or Ohio or Iowa, flipping some of these districts back in Florida, having a tough conversation about what kind of candidates can do well in states like Texas if we want to open up the map in new ways, That's what the conversation was about. It wasn't about like changing the entire party's, legislative agenda.
Help the Democrats in the red states. No. Bernie Sanders was just in West Virginia interviewing people, and they said nothing about abortion. Now,
of all the ways to push back on everything that Ezra Klein said, of all the ways to push back, you're like, actually, we know that Democrats can win in West Virginia because Bernie Sanders asked some people questions. What? Excuse me?
No, they were talking about wages and being able to afford medication and not being able to get their insulin. What do you think abortion's gonna help you win in a red state rather than just giving people health care? Or how the child tax credit, which was wildly popular in red states?
It was blocked by Republicans, you fucking idiot.
I don't think so.
When did we stop supporting a permanent child tax credit? We never stopped supporting that. It was blocked by Republicans in the Senate.
I think so. I think we just need to lean into the culture war more.
Was this clown born after 9/11? No fucking shot. She's already got Botox going on. Blakely. There's no way. I'm saying she's early 40s. I don't think their age is public. She is early 40s, okay? This person is not in their 20s.
Also, like, who cares about what the people in West Virginia think? So that's your plan. You're not going to address any of the actual issues that people are dealing with in their daily lives, the material conditions of people's lives, and you're going to lean further into culture war shit by capitulating to the right wing on abortion. Yeah. The guys over at Third Way and the new Abundance team, they thought it was a great idea. I haven't talked to Rahm Emanuel yet, but I bet he's going to love it.
Anyways, the I've Had It podcast thought it would be a good idea to invite her on. I mean, she is... I've seen some of her clips pop up on my feed over the years, and boy, is she just one of the worst of the worst. She is dumb.
They think the most milquetoast lib is like a radical communist. Like, it doesn't, they don't know what the word means.
Take a shot every time you hear the word milquetoast in this conversation. Or establishment, or Israel, or what are some of the other ones? Material conditions? Yeah.
Keep your government hands off my Medicare. Like...
All right, joining us today on iHip News is Blakely. They are a non-binary artist, songwriter, political commentator who has gone viral on social media for their takedowns on both sides of the aisle. Blakely, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah,
I don't think they spend basically any time talking about Republicans. I could be wrong. I'm just gonna scroll down, okay? They reposted Iran's Lego AI thing. They called ContraPoints a Zionist scumbag. Retweeted Brianna Joy Gray criticizing Chuck Schumer. I mean, I'm not one to judge. Listen, I spend a lot of time going after the left, but iHip lady just claimed that that they spend a lot of time taking down both sides, but I don't think that's true. I think it is literally 100% of the time talking about, oh no, hang on. They were critical of Elon. Rick Scott. All right, we had a post taken down being critical of Rick Scott. Okay. Anywho.
Just want to give my audience a little background about you and me. So we follow each other online. And I think it's probably safe to say you're further left than me, even though I like to think of myself as fairly left. I want to build alliances and have healthy conversations because I think people on the left agree on a lot more than what they disagree online. So you identify as a leftist.
Yeah.
And what do you take about this civil war that's going on with the Democrats, with like maybe the libs, the progressives, and the leftists?
So for me, I mostly blame the Democratic Party. And I separate that a little bit from your rank and file lib, right? So sometimes the libs, just the rank and file libs, do make me insane. Like I'll be being driven crazy. But I think it is actually mostly the power apparatus. And I think one of the problems is, which is why I'm so glad we're having this conversation, and why you're one of the few people that I would say is like more liberal that has even been willing to have it, is that the Democrats...
I don't even know why they're pretending like the iHip lady hasn't been completely subsumed by like the online leftist movement. You know, why are we pretending like iHip lady is still, you know, she's like a lib, like representing the libs in healthy discourse. Like she has been completely subsumed by the populist brain rot stuff.
Democratic Party and the people that are in the media, the people who are influential, they have done everything they can to not talk about it. They don't want to confront it. This has been going on.
What are you talking about?
The war, the fight between the left and the progressives, the Democratic establishment. Okay. They don't want to confront it. It's kind of like what, how our government and our politicians want to close their eyes and cover their eyes, and they don't want to talk about Palestine, right? Like in Israel, they don't want to talk about it. It's the same thing with the Democratic Party and the liberals and the progressives. The entrenched power in the Democratic Party and the people that run the party, the people who have the influence and the power in the party, do not want to confront what is happening at the grassroots level. And they don't want to confront how corrupt the party is and why people leave more and more and more. I'll see sometimes the liberals being like, yeah, but we still have like a little bit of this. And it's like the party is bleeding. People are leaving the party. People are leaving and more identifying as.
This person simply did not update their priors after November 2024. I think I don't know. How do you miss this news? Like, how do you miss the current ongoing Republican electoral bloodbath? How could you not be aware of that by now? It's actually so bad for Republicans right now.
Independence. The fact that they...
Is she paying you? Is she paying me? Is she paying me? You're asking me some strange questions, Debop Man. I don't understand these questions.
Are constantly trying to hold on to the past and act like nothing is wrong is what is so dangerous. And I get criticized a lot, especially when I'm arguing with liberals, like, you're criticizing Democrats and it's helping Republicans. No, you're enabling.
It's not that you're criticizing. Nobody cares if you criticize Democrats. It's just that the shit that you say is ahistorical, false nonsense. Like, there's a difference between legit good faith criticism and smears. And their whole online identity is just nothing but these idiotic smears.
Republican.
It's such low-hanging fruit. It's the most insufferable drivel. It's just thought-terminating cliches. Like, this person is a fucking, like, the very embodiment of the most absurd caricature you could conceive of a leftist. They perfectly embody this.
And you're enabling fascists, and you spend more time being angry at the left that constantly tries to sound the alarm.
The libs enabled fascism, but when I go to their Twitter page and I search for vote, and I scroll back to October 2024, what am I going to find? This is my favorite pastime, by the way, is when I find a lefty that accuses Democrats of helping fascists win. I always go to their page, search for the word vote, and then scroll back to around November 2024. And it's always the same thing. It's always the same thing every time. Damn, they post a lot. Hang on. I gotta scroll back a little here. Okay. They were very active. Okay. The libs enabled fascists. Okay. I don't know what's in this video. This popped up in my feed. I'm just going to click it and we're going to see what they have to say.
Kamala Harris had this town hall with CNN and Anderson Cooper, and he asked, what do you say to third party voters, people who said they're going to vote third party or just stay home because of Gaza? And at this point, I don't understand why no one working on her campaign was like, we need to find a better answer. Because to bring up democracy and bodily autonomy and, women's rights and people who can get pregnant rights and trans rights or whatever, there are some people who are not going to be convinced by that when there is an actual genocide happening that you refuse to say you'll stop. That you'll refuse to say you'll stop, okay? I am a trans person, non-binary person. I can also get pregnant. I'm not, thank God. But you think that I should care more about that, and that I should only care about that, and not the dead children that I'm seeing across my screen every single day, brought to you by our tax dollars.
Putting it all because of this issue. Listen, I am not going to deny the strong feelings that people have. I don't know that anyone who has seen the images who would not have strong feelings about what has happened, much less those who have relatives who have died and been killed. And I know people and I've talked to people. So I appreciate that. But I also do know that for many people who care about this issue, they also care about bringing down the price of groceries. They also care about our democracy and not having a president of the United States who admires dictators and is a fascist.
I mean, we know where this is going. If you scroll down even just one tweet here, Palestine, no arms embargo, no vote. So this person actively helped Donald Trump win by not voting for Kamala Harris. But it's actually worse than that. If you are a content person and you have a platform and you have some degree of influence, and then not only do you not vote for Kamala Harris, but you use your platform to try to influence other people to not vote for Kamala Harris, you have actively, I would say very, very actively enabled fascism by doing this. And yet it's the Dems that are the Dems that are enabling fascism. It's just, I am so fascinated by this cognitive dissonance. I'm so fascinated by this because I don't understand how these people cannot connect the dots of like how their own behavior and their own rhetoric and their own conduct contributes to an enabling of like Trump and the Republican Party, like giving them a free pass while the Democrats just get like all of their aggression and all of their hostility. They don't connect the dots. They're just in their minds. It's like, it's almost like an abusive partner. Like if an abusive partner like hit someone and then told their hit their partner and then told their partner afterwards, like, why did you make me do that? You gave me no choice. That's how they frame it. Like, well, with the way that Kamala ran her campaign, you know, Kamala didn't even give me a choice. What choice did I have but to help Donald Trump win the election? It's like very like abuser tactics. It's fucking absurd. Hell, sweet hell with $20 criticizes a buzzword. Anyone that uses it in the same sentence as Democrat has the most melted, smooth brain in existence. Brain so smooth, it polishes the inside of their skull. They conflate smears with criticisms is what they do. Like they'll say something ridiculous, like something completely false. And then when you're like, well, that's not true. What the fuck are you talking about? They're like, oh, you're saying we shouldn't criticize Democrats? It's like, no, I didn't fucking say that. But what you just said was ridiculous. Ace with $5. People leaving the Democratic Party are doing so because of nut jobs like her and her extreme puritanical brand of politics. Probably a lot of them, yeah.
Is so dangerous. And I get criticized a lot, especially when I'm arguing with liberals, like, you're criticizing Democrats and it's helping Republicans.
There you go.
No, you're enabling Republicans and you're enabling fascists. And you spend more time being angry at the left that constantly tries to sound the alarm than you are at the fascists that are literally driving this country into the ground. You are helping them. You are putting their seatbelt on for them. It's in a perfect example.
This is just what is this, Darvo? Do we call this Darvo? I'm gonna start using psychology speak, you know, abusive, like psychology rhetoric to describe abuse. Is this Darvo, where you redirect like the things that you do? You say, no, it's actually you that's doing those things to me. Like this person's entire online persona is about enabling fascists. That's all they do. It's just like these constant, like insane smears.
Of that is what's been happening with Hassan Piker. It's insanity.
It's crazy.
It's insanity that he is the one that their ire is directed at when they should be directing their ire. I always say, no, the problem is not that I'm criticizing Democrats too much and helping Republicans. The problem is you have way too much in common with them. The Democratic Party, the leaders of the party, they have way too much in common and enable the Republican Party. And I say, I oppose the Republicans at every turn and everything these fascists stand for. They need to be destroyed.
But you don't oppose them. You don't actually oppose them when it counts. Like, what does it mean to oppose them? But you don't vote, you know, you don't vote for the only candidate that can beat the Republicans. Like, you don't actually oppose them.
Destroyed. They don't need to be pandered to. They don't need to be, well, you know, both sides, and we're bipartisan, and la 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 la. No, they need to be crushed. Their ideology needs to be crushed. Yeah. So my question always is to the Democrats. I do oppose the Republicans. Why don't you? Why
they need to be crushed? That's why I voted for Jill Stein in 2024. Okay.
are you so intent? You look at the way that
Hutch, JD said something 30 minutes ago. I find your comments in my chat to be very bizarre. I can't follow the shit that you're talking about.
they fight the left, and you see, oh, they've got fight in them. They fight the left. They viciously fight the left. We saw the way they treated Zohran Mamdani. But then they look at the right and they're finding.
We got, you know, Barack Obama doing like media appearances with Zohran. He called him, like personally called Zohran. Zohran got the support from the DNC, the DNC chair, you know, like Hakeem Jeffries. And they treat him like he's Jesus Christ on the cross. It's fucking pathetic.
Every way they always can to be like, if you ever notice, the Republicans, when they're talking, the Democrats, when they're talking about the Republicans, are always like, we're bipartisan. Like they think that's the end all be all instead of being like, we got this.
Don't you think Republicans use scapegoating as a motivator to vote? They use like, okay, these trans people are doing this to you, and these immigrants are doing that to you, and these other people are taking your money, so you have to go vote for us. I feel like a little bit of.
I don't know if you've seen his other chats, but he seems to think that you don't criticize Trump enough.
The establishment messaging, not the Democratic members of the Democratic Party at large, but the establishment messaging right now is scapegoating the left. And I'm really concerned about that. You cannot scapegoat the people on the far, far left. And I feel like the whole Hassan thing for, you know, this been going around like week 4 of this thing.
Yeah.
My concern about that is I don't agree with everything Hassan says. Hassan is my friend.
I would love to hear some specifics there. What do you mean? What don't you agree with him on? Because it seems like you just collapse like a fucking accordion. Like anytime he presses you on something.
We have far more in common than we do not. And this fixation on him versus Republicans and taking down Republicans and taking down fascism shows an inherent weakness in the people that are doing that. And I always say they're probably like fascist collaborating, but I'm very concerned about this because I see it as the establishment Democrat is scapegoating leftists, and we will not win elections. Now, I do think in the midterms, the Democrats.
We are winning elections. Fuck you. We don't need you. It's so bad for Trump that we fucking straight up don't need you. Fuck you. Get fucked. I don't care. Don't vote for the Democrat.
They're going to win.
I do.
Regardless of what they do. That's how bad Trump is.
I agree. We do not need these fringe fucking lunatics.
That's how bad Trump went. So let me ask you this. If, let's say, of the new flock of Congress people, let's say that 50% of them are establishment and 15% of them are in the progressive caucus.
Nope. Nope. Wait, hang on. Wait, hold on.
Of the, regardless of what they do, that's how bad Trump is.
I agree.
That's how bad Trump went. So let me ask you this.
She says, I agree. But in her video that she just posted a few days, she's like, Democrats are going to keep losing if they don't do this thing. And then she goes on, they go on the podcast and Jennifer Welsh goes, oh, well, you know, it's so bad for Trump that, you know, Democrats are going to keep winning. And they go, oh yeah, I agree. It's like, where the fuck is the consistency? What do you mean?
If, let's say, of the new flock.
Damn, she really doesn't like you. They really don't like me. Yeah. We've had some interactions on Twitter. Not enough people talk about how absurd it is that these Karens, Destiny, Hutch, Ethan Klein, are constantly harassing and attempting to deplatform Hassan as a form of bullying, while they openly do the most insane shit, like pedophile shit, and have no issue with their monetized platforms. What? I do pedophile shit? What? Excuse me? Like, what does that even mean? What is like the most charitable interpretation of what they're talking about? I do pedophile shit? Like, what? Excuse me?
Of Congress people. Let's say that 50% of them are establishment and 15%.
Wait. Hold on.
If, let's say, of the new flock of Congress people, let's say that 50% of them are establishment and 15% of them are in the progressive caucus. Are you a person of a
Who are the other 35%?
Political mind that believes that they're going to have to compromise those two factions to get stuff done? Or is it all or nothing?
I don't think it's all or nothing. I think it depends on the issue. Because if you notice, the compromise always comes at the expense of the most marginalized.
Yeah.
It's never, oh, we're going to compromise to, I don't know, get.
I mean, if you just ignore Joe Biden, like he didn't have to make concessions to the left. You didn't have to do that, But if you represent, the numbers that I saw were about, this was right after the 2024 election. I wonder if these numbers have changed. Probably they've changed somewhat, but I don't know how much they've changed. It was right after the 2024 election. Gallup did a poll and they asked Democratic voters, do you think the party should moderate, stay the same, or move to the left? And it was half wanted the party to moderate. About 20% said they wanted to stay the course, and about 30% said that they wanted the party to move left. If you're a part of a movement and within a two-party system, like you have to exist within the Democratic Party umbrella, otherwise you'll literally have zero power whatsoever, then, you are gonna have to compromise more than the people that are in the majority. That's just how this works. The way that you can address that and create conditions where the left gets more concessions is by winning elections. You simply win more elections. That's how you do that. You take your message and you take your pitch and you go to the voters and you ask the voters to, trust you over the more moderate or establishment candidate. And then if your numbers get big enough, you can start making more demands. But when you're in the minority, you're going to have to compromise more, especially like in a two-party system. The idea, the expectation that the people that outnumber you should hand you everything is just kind of insane. That's not politics. That's like a delusional fantasy that's just never going to happen. November, thank you so much for 22 months. What's up? Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
One certain policy, the compromises always only go one way, scapegoating marginalized people and throwing.
It's just, Democrats are scapegoating marginalized people? What?
Them under the bus, whether that be Black Americans, trans people.
You threw them under the bus when you helped Donald Trump win the election, motherfucker. Okay, we're holding the line in defense of trans people. You threw them under the bus.
Who can get pregnant in a red state. That's always the compromise. Mm-hmm. But so it's not that I'm not one of these people that's like, never.
What do you think about Zoran and Hochul? They've been working together.
Exactly how it should be done. Yes, absolutely. But
there's no way. If I go to this person's Twitter feed, I promise you, they're going to be complaining about Mamdani being cozy with Hochul. I fucking promise you. I don't even have to look this up. Hold on. They're giving Hochul flowers in October. Kathy Hochul has the sense to know where New Yorkers are. It's fuck ice here always. Hold on. There's no way. I will bet you anything I can find a video of them complaining that Mamdani was working with Hochul.
Is framing. And people are, of course, mad for different reasons. On the one hand,
that's from September. When was that election? Was it in November? Maybe I'm wrong in this assumption. I'm going to do some homework here in the background.
Love it.
The problem is when they always say, as you said, they're scapegoating the left constantly. They never want to work with the left. They always are demonizing them. And the problem with that is the right understands that they need to cater to their base. And the Democrats demonize the people that are on the left. They alienate them. They say, go away. We don't want you. Instead of.
You alienate yourself is what you do. You alienate yourself by being belligerent and hostile 24/7. I'm just at a phase in my life where I have no more patience for it. And so I just I accept your framework. Okay. It's a hostile relationship.
Of actually trying to work and actually understand and try to appeal to the left. That was something Zoran brilliantly did.
So did Biden.
Was like, no,
So
I'm
did
actually
Biden.
trying to appeal to you instead of kicking you in the teeth, which is what the Democratic Party always does to the left. And
People
the
are
insane
mad
thing
about
is
my video where I'm criticizing Zoran Mamdani for capitulating to design his framing. And people are, of course, mad for different reasons. On the one hand, there were people, person that's getting upset that I criticize Zoran politics. But for those of you who are like, oh my, also not my job to pretend like he's not wrong when he's wrong. Bitch, obviously I want Zoran to win. That is why I don't want him going back on his stance. Polling literally just came out saying that people loved his stance, actually agreed with his stance.
Hang on, hold on.
People are just okay with accepting that. Like, to me, what I find not acceptable is things like, we're not going to release the autopsy report.
Oh, that pissed me off.
That is so unacceptable.
That really pissed me off.
Last night, how is it acceptable that the leader, the so-called leader, Chuckles in the Senate,
and he's a fascist.
He is a fascist and a fascist collaborator, that he's out here voting down the blocking, sending 1,000-pound bombs to the terrorist, genocidal apartheid regime of Israel, when 90% of the Democratic voting base does not want them to.
We cannot, as a party, be an anti-war party, which we must be in the face, because it doesn't matter which Republican it is, they all lead to neocons.
Exactly.
Every single time. They cannot help themselves. So we have to be the anti-war party, and we cannot fund any country, any military that commits war crimes every day.
100%.
And it seems to be a feature, not a bug, of the IDF that they cannot help themselves and intentionally target and double and triple tap strikes kids.
Which we would all have an understanding easily if they weren't white. That is the reality. If this was any other country doing this, or even if I want to be, fair and say, okay, if it was Russia, they would be doing this. The fact that they have done what they have done and continue to mass murder children and women and the most horrific atrocities that I've ever seen.
Are they talking about Israel? Israel is a white country? Are we conflating Israeli with white? Aren't there a lot of non-white Israelis? Am I crazy?
Have been burned and etched in my mind that I'm never going to recover from. And our so-called leaders keep trying to convince us that this is normal and acceptable. And we just need to give them nice murder tools. Absolute, that's where I do draw the line. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
They make conversations and actual, maybe productive dialogue impossible, because literally all they do is they fling the most outrageous accusations. They frame everything in the most nefarious possible way. Like, everything is framed as like a really uncharitable accusation. And so it's like, well, where can the debate really go from there?
The fuck not.
So it is a huge shift, though. And I agree with you. I mean, I cannot stand Chuckles. I think he's worthless. I wish they would just deal with him now. I wish they would say, you're not the minority leader, but that's my wish, whatever. But I will say that it is pretty impressive that a year ago it would have been unheard of that 40 people would have voted the way they did. So
that's because of.
Okay. All right.
The left.
Right. And there is progress. There's progress happening. But sometimes when because I would say, I'm like,
okay,
here's the list.
That's one way to put it. 85% of Democrats, I think, in the Congress voted against sending weapons to Israel. You would think that if that was like your big pet project, that you would celebrate that as like a W, but instead they focus on the, what was it, like 7 Democrats or something like, I don't even know. Asmongold finds out he owes about $400,000 to the IRS. I had to get certified mail. It says intent to seize your property. Uh-oh. He can't afford to pay someone to do his taxes?
Do you guys mind if you give me a couple of minutes here? I had to get certified mail from the IRS, and it says I owe them $397,000. So do you mind if I just take a photo of this and send it to my accountant real quick? I've got to deal with this.
Uh-oh. Well, see, now, listen. In his defense, like, sometimes there's fuckery. Like, I wouldn't just assume that he just wasn't paying his taxes. Like, I got a letter from New York. It was a whole thing. Did I tell you guys about this? Mr. Editor Man lives in New York. And there was a so it was like a whole thing, but New York had they got the wrong address for me. Like, they didn't have my proper address. It was incomplete. And so when you have someone who is working for you as a contractor in New York, you have to go through a process. You have to actually like establish a company in the state of New York. And when you have to fill out like a questionnaire, because New York, and I think California has a similar kind of policy. There's actually a higher threshold for what qualifies as an employer versus an employee versus a contractor. And so, you know, you have to meet a certain set of criteria for the person to qualify as a contractor. Otherwise, they have to be W-2 employees, which means they're entitled to things like withholding stuff. It has to be like a proper paycheck where you're withholding stuff for like Medicare and Medicaid and like the regular payroll taxes stuff or whatever. And so I got a letter in the mail like a year ago where it's like, you owe us $40,000. And I was like, what? Excuse me? And it's because they sent me the questionnaire in the mail, and because they had the wrong address, I just never got it. And so they just make the decision for you if you don't respond and consider that person an employee. And so once they do that, you have to request a hearing and go through like another process to challenge their classification. And then that played out for like 6 months, which that was kind of stressful. That was a little stressful. 300,000 sounds like more than an honest mistake. You would think that, but I think he makes a very good amount of money. I think he probably makes like several million every year, so.
Not a good day to be me. Give me a second. It's a little bit late. Yeah, it says intent to seize your property. So
that sounds like a lien. Sounds like they did a lien on his property.
Which, I mean, honestly, I think that would be convenient for me. Then that would just work itself out.
These letters they send are long too, by the way. It's like they send you a novel. It's like 40 pages.
I just found out how much money I had to pay this year. They said basically it's gonna get worked out. It's not a big deal. That was not even a tenth of it.
Jesus, how much money is he making? My goodness. Not even a tenth of it. He's probably paying close to half at his tax rate, at his marginal tax rate. So that means he's making 10 million plus every year? Damn, that's not bad.
Oh, man.
I don't listen. Our tax system is so fucked. Other people from other like some are, who in the chat are not from the U.S. Other countries, they just fucking do your taxes for you. You don't have to do shit. They just do it. They know exactly how much money you make, and they just do that shit. Like in England, I think unless you have deductions. If you're just a regular kind of salaried employee or whatever, they just fucking do that shit. They just do it. And the US government, they know how much money you make every year, okay? Like they know the exact dollar amount that you make every year. But for some reason, here in the United States, we got to do all this shit ourselves on the back end. We got to go through this formal process, even though the government already knows how much money we make every year. But Hutch, what happens to the tax filing companies? That's multi-billions of dollars down the drain. Hey, listen, that was a good reason to not vote for Donald Trump in 2024 because that shit is gone now. We had like a free alternative to TurboTax. That shit is gone.
Oh, man. How about that? I mean, to be fair, it was including a quarterly, right? I think it was a quarterly payment. So, like, look, guys, we've got to do a chair. I've got to get some fucking write-offs, okay? Like, I didn't know that. We got to get, like, I got to be, like, signing this house up to, like, a write-off or something like that.
Anyways, those are stressful letters, man. Those are stressful letters. When you get a letter from the fucking IRS, oh my God, that's fucking, your heart starts beating.
I'm here. I guess I'm a progressive.
Yes.
Okay. So, and a lot of people, just FYI, listener, viewer, where I grew up in Oklahoma City, they make no distinction.
Oh, 100%.
Republicans,
yeah.
Like I had a conversation with a guy and he's like, yeah, that Obama was a liberal commie, just as left as they come. And that's the way all Republicans perceive it. But sometimes when I'm on the algorithm and there's a lot of leftists, what I like about you is you're not scared to be an attack dog. You're not like, oh my God, we have to do it all PC and everything's great. You're like, we got to win. We got to dismantle. And I like that fight. I see a lot of stuff about AOC, a lot of bedwetting about AOC. And Axios reported this. Let's pop this up. Axios.
Is Jennifer actually kind of pressing Blakely a little bit here? Okay. All right, Jennifer Welsh. Are you going to challenge them a little bit? A little bit? Maybe just a little bit?
As AOC wrestles with the left-wing Dems as 2028 decision looms. In private, Ocasio-Cortez has fumed about the criticism, believing it's unfair and counterproductive for the...
All right, before we even get to that, though, because this Blake person fucking hates AOC. April 8th. AOC has cocooned herself in an echo chamber of Blue Sky and MS Now libs, ironically shunning all the left media that were the only ones who would interview her before her win. So she does seem to think that she can run for president from within that silo. April 1st. Actually, the only reason this happened is because of the relentless pressure. You guys sit around and just hope politicians will do the right thing and then act as their free PR agents when people try to push them. AOC is still doing Zionist framing, even in her announcement saying she won't support funding anymore for defensive systems. They hate AOC, you guys. Have any of you said anything about the Samud flotilla at Bernie Sanders AOC? Anyways.
Movement. One liberal strategist told Axios the AOC has lamented the left was not...
I wonder if they're going to tone it down on this podcast and play down how much they hate AOC. They hate AOC, guys.
There for her and that they are never pleased. Okay, so my take on this is there's a little bit of truth in that. I do see sometimes as a person I'm a Democrat and I'm definitely more than center left, but not quite all the way as left as you and my friend Hassan. I do see that there is this like demand for perfection and this very quick.
Welsh is going to be like a full-on leftist by the time we get to 2028. Mark my words. She's going to be wearing like you know, like $350 Che Guevara, you know, like t-shirts, and you know, she'll have like a tattoo of like Mao or something like that. Watch.
Takedown of the people that we have that are fighters. Do you see that? Do you think that's productive? Give me.
I don't think Jennifer knows that Blake fucking hates AOC, or Blakely.
Your take on all that.
I do see it, because if anything, sometimes I will call myself a progressive because sometimes people to my left will tell me I'm not left enough. So there is a little bit of that perfectionism, because I'll be like, you know, as you know, a leftist, and sometimes I'm a little hesitant to call myself that because I.
What a Weasley little liar, dude. What a Weasley little liar, dude. Oh, what a fucking chameleon. If you go to this person's feed and search AOC, it's nothing but negativity. Like nothing but negativity. AOC is a Zionist, just like Bernie is a Zionist, and I need the left to stop wish casting otherwise. March 30. It's literally nothing but negativity. Like nothing positive about AOC on their feed.
I know that there's a communist in my comments coming to be like, leftist, you're a shit lib because you vote.
You're a moderate. You're a centrist, right?
Which okay. Like, so I say I'm a progressive because I do vote.
Do you believe in harm reduction voting?
I do, but
why are they such a liar, dude?
I also believe in holding people accountable and not.
What does that mean? You believe in harm reduction voting, but you also believe in holding people accountable. How the fuck do you reconcile these things? Poor in Marin, thank you so much for 3 months.
Continuing to enable abusers. So there's harm reduction, and then there's, you're actually not reducing harm. You are being the wife that's allowing the husband to still beat the shit out of their kids and telling them that you're trying to protect them. So there's that.
Oh my God. I swear to God. Actually, the abuser in this situation is Donald Trump and the Republican Party, but no consideration of that, I think.
With the AOC thing, which is kind of the analogy that I use when I watched the whole thing with you and Hassan that blew up when people had a fucking meltdown about him saying he wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom. I made like 3 videos about it because
they lost their mind.
People lost their mind.
He really, like, people just, he occupies so much real estate.
He does. And part of that is honestly like legit just racism and Islamophobia.
Oh my God. I am losing my mind.
Yes, his name is Hassan and people think scary Muslim. And it's, you know, that's that. And the fact that he's unapologetic, which I absolutely love because, you know, so with AOC, I do think that, yes, there is perfection. I'm not an unreasonable man. I'm not like, no, the left is perfect and this, like, I sympathize with the libs sometimes and we'll be like, no, you know, we need to be a little bit more understanding in certain areas. And I think when theory is, and you'll understand this as somebody who also grew up with.
Are they going to acknowledge that their entire Twitter feed with respect to AOC is negative, or are they just going to pretend like that? Is there going to be any honesty here?
A lot of evangelicals is that I actually think that one of the reasons why the left can be so harsh sometimes is because they just haven't deconstructed their abusive evangelical Christianity that they grew up in. They just grew up and became atheists, but they never deconstructed that kind of.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Are they just massively projecting? Is that what their whole personality is? It's just like just massive projection 24/7? Is that what's going on here? That's what it feels like.
Religious abuse, so they're very harsh and they're very quick to punish. It's a very religious mentality.
I can totally get on board.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, because a lot of
they say without a hint of self-awareness. So I don't even know. Actually, I don't know if they're being dishonest or if they just don't have the self-awareness to understand that, like, they're describing themselves here.
the left will be like, a lot of people I know in the left will be like, yeah, we're anti-imperialist and fuck the police and we're anti-carceral. And then like you'll mess up and they'll be like, fuck you, you piece of shit. You deserve to die. And
that's you. That's your whole Twitter feed. That's your whole Twitter feed.
I'll be like, I think it's my experience is I'll ask them about their religious upbringing, and a lot of them grew up Christian. I'm like, that's what it is.
Okay. I've seen online that you are very disappointed in Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Yes, I hate her now.
Really? I love her.
I hate her now. I used to like her.
I love her.
She's never beating the snake allegations.
Oh, of course. This originates from the 2020 primaries. Who could forget the snake emojis? Of course it's that, by the way.
Why do you hate her?
Here's what I predict. I predict Blake is going to blame Warren for Bernie losing on Super Tuesday, which is just very silly. It would not have made a difference. Hutch, when you're this crazy, you're incapable of introspection. I don't want to generalize and say just crazy. I mean, it sounds like this person does not have an ounce of self-awareness. And maybe they've delusionally convinced themselves that they're actually like way more self-aware. Like, you know what would be really consistent is if this person has done like 20 years of therapy. But they still haven't developed like an honest self-appraisal mechanism, you know?
What, in a couple of sentences without.
For the same reason why I think people really get disappointed with AOC. I agree with you that AOC.
Like, now that's just dishonest. Like, so like, this is the same reason why some people get like, why are they not coming out and saying, actually, I hate AOC? Like, why are they, why do all of these people lie when they go on center left platforms? Just be honest about yourself. Be honest about your thoughts. Why are you sanitizing it? Why are you passing it off like, you know, many other people don't like AOC? She's, you know, they're talking about themselves here.
AOC, sometimes people can be harsh with her. And I also know that I agree that, you know, as a woman, she deals with a lot of very deranged misogyny, but people get upset with AOC because of her promise and what she
just say. I get upset with AOC because like, why are you offloading it to like hypothetical people?
Came in promising to do. And that's why I think some people are harsh with her. The same goes for Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren ran on being an aggressive progressive, created the CFPB, has voted positively in many ways, but she also can be a duplicitous snake. Why the fuck are you standing up cheering for Donald Trump as he warmongers about Iran?
But do you think that's, and
wait, when did Warren stand up? I highly doubt that Warren stood up and applauded during the State of the Union over Iran. I really doubt that that's true.
The overall scheme of things, her standing up and cheering, this is the part of politics that sometimes bothers me. We have to really look at her votes. She's always,
I agree. I always do.
She's always voted really well. And I'll tell you one thing about Elizabeth Warren that I appreciate in this space. I have senators and Congress.
I don't think Hodge is very good at telling when someone is masking. I think, honestly, I think you're right about that. Like, I'm. It may not be immediately obvious, but I generally have a high opinion of people. I generally think that people are doing the best that they can. I generally think that people value honesty, you know? And even when I watch Hassan clips a lot of the times, I'm like, is he lying? You know, it'll be like really obvious to everyone else that he's lying. I was like, surely he's not lying, right? So I can have rose tinted glasses, I think, when it comes to human beings. Breaking: U.S. seizes Iranian flagged ship. Today, an Iranian flagged cargo ship named TOUSKA, nearly 900 feet long and weighing almost as much as an aircraft carrier, tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not go well for them. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted the TOUSKA in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have taken custody of the vessel. What happens when you blow out the engine room of a fucking enormous, like, multi-thousand ton ship? Can you just pull ships? Can you just get another ship and like pull it with your ship? The TOUSKA is under U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history of illegal activity. We have full custody of the ship and are seeing what's on board. Okay.
Congress people on. Her staff contacts, or I contact her staff. She will come on anytime.
Trump, I didn't even see it, but didn't Trump post some like really fucking didn't he post some crazy like AI video this morning? Where it was like photoshopped with like, there was some crazy thing. There are so many ads on Truth Social. It is nuts. Like Truth Social is like a 2005 like blog. Have you guys seen how many ads are on Truth Social? Ad, post, ad, post, ad, post, ad. What is this? Oh, it's weight loss. Post, ad, post, ad. What did he post this morning? Some crazy video. Did he delete it? Let me look at A. Trupar's feed. He's probably got it. I grew up in Ohio and went to Catholic school my whole life. Nice. I technically did not go to Catholic school for kindergarten and first grade. I was too disruptive. I was rejected for first grade because I was too disruptive. I don't know what they're talking about. I was fine. I was perfectly fine. Where's the crazy AI video that he posted this morning, guys? It was like a video of like an AI video of someone like ripping his face off and pouring fake blood down his face. Can somebody help me find this clip? It was all over my feed this morning. Now I can't find it. I'm pretty sure that was fake. I saw it too. Okay, that's got to be fake. Okay, all right. Maybe I got Facebooked.
Has the war?
Oh, that's not it.
Zero script. She will talk about anything and everything. And that's not the case for all Democrats. A lot of them want to say these are the talking points and we're not going outside of that.
Yeah.
And Elizabeth Warren is very my thing about, you get to beat up on Elizabeth Warren if you want to. I don't want to take that. Because sometimes I get it. I understand hating on, you need to hate on her. But here's my thing. Is it worth it to beat up on Elizabeth Warren? Because at the end of the day, if we do have a progressive sweep, she's going to be the most malleable. And she's going to swing in to full-blown progressive. And she does a...
Jennifer Welsh, I think, has no idea who she's dealing with. I'm going to make a prediction, okay? I take it back. I don't think she's going to become a tanky. I think that it's inevitable. It's like that Jordan Peterson tweet to Ethan Klein warning him about like the woke left or whatever. I think it's inevitable that at some point they're going to tear her to shreds for not adhering to their strict, like dogmatic, like orthodoxy.
A lot of the shit that's boring to me, all of this financial oversight, being counter.
Like Jennifer Welsh is decent? No, I disagree. I think this woman is fucking vapid.
Shit. Like she's really in on all that.
Yeah.
And like, I'm like more about political gossip. And you know, I'm not going to sit around and policy wonk out.
She's brilliant.
Yeah.
Definitely brilliant. And I love that the CFPB. And again, I think that's why I've been so.
She's brilliant. Hold on. Let me look up. Let me search for Warren on their Twitter feed. March 18th, Elizabeth Warren is never beating the snake allegations.
And I'll tell you something else. I am so over Elizabeth Warren, okay? I was over this snake back when she fucked over Bernie in the 2020 election. But I didn't come for her as often as I come for other senators in the Democratic Party. And that's not because I like her or because I think that she's not a snake, but because when you look at her voting record, there are much worse people with much worse records in Congress. So again, doesn't mean I like her. I already thought she was a snake. I just feel like that there were better people to focus on considering that they had way worse voting records. But this is now the second time that she has endorsed a corporatist, AIPAC-funded liberal Zionist. That, as she gave a standing ovation to Trump.
Wait, Mallory McMorrow is AIPAC funded?
Right before he...
Mallory McMorrow is a corporatist? What did they just say?
I just feel like that there were better people to focus on considering that they had way worse voting records. But this is now the second time that she has endorsed a corporatist, AIPAC-funded liberal Zionist.
Oh my God, you guys.
As she gave a standing ovation to Trump right before he started a war with Iran.
Did you call it? What did you call? I gotta give you credit. When did you call it? What did you call?
I'm done with this clown. As in, I'm done not focusing on her. Fuck you, Elizabeth Warren. You're a snake. You were always a snake. She endorsed the liberal Zionist Daniel Biss in that fucking election yesterday in Illinois 9, and now she's endorsing Mallory McMorrow for the Michigan Senate over Abdul El-Sayed, who is the anti-genocide, pro-Palestine, pro-Medicare for all, anti-war candidate in this election. What are you doing? Mallory McMorrow may not be as awful as Haley Stevens, but she is in fact a standard corporate Zionist fucking Democrat.
Okay. I don't know much about McMorrow, but I don't think any of that is true. Mallory McMorrow. Is that how you spell her name? If I search, first of all, I'll just search genocide. Nope, no results there. Wait, hang on. Nope. Israel. Israel's fight is with Hamas terrorists, not Palestinian civilians. That was October 11th, 2023. Okay. All right.
Money from all kind of shady fucking PACs and shit. She's in favor of all those insane internet censorship bills that we've talked about ad nauseum at internetbills.com if you're curious about what we're talking about with that. Elizabeth Warren.
By July 2025. This is what Mallory McMorrow was saying.
I want to start with the crisis in Gaza. And I feel like I have to start there because I look at my daughter and I can't look at the photos and the videos of what we're seeing come out of Gaza and not just be absolutely heartbroken. It is indefensible what is happening. And we've gotten to a point where Donald Trump has said this is starvation. Benjamin Netanyahu is telling us it's not starvation. And we cannot let this man tell us that what we are seeing with our own eyes is not what is actually happening. So here's what I believe we need to do to get out of this crisis. Number one, the first primary thing that has to be done immediately is humanitarian aid and food has to get into Gaza. And we have to hold Netanyahu accountable for making sure that that food and that aid gets to the families who need it desperately. Number two, the United States has to stop providing Netanyahu with offensive weapons that do nothing but continue to extend this war. Number three, Hamas has to release all of the hostages and disarm. And that leads to number four, which is we have to get to a permanent ceasefire.
McMorrow has called herself a pragmatist. Ooh, I like her already. She has said, I don't know that I would be in office in my first district if I was at the far left end of the party, and I don't think that's what people are looking for right now. Okay, I see why they hate her. It's starting to make sense.
So hard on her.
Because it disappointed you.
Because she's disappointed me so many times. And I also believe in the same way of like, okay, you got to do harm reduction. You got to make sure that you're taking into consideration their votes, all of those things. But
when has this person ever done a harm reduction vote is what I would want to ask. You say you're pro harm reduction. When was the last time you took a vote that you considered to be an act of harm reduction. What the hell is this haircut? It's a mullet is what it is. It's a mullet. It's bold. I literally, I swear to God, I'm not even playing. Like, it's bold. I will give them that. It's bold.
I also feel like a lot happens, which is also why I'm so aggressive, is there is a lot of the voters excuse making. A lot of excuse making. And I think
some people confuse belligerence with assertiveness and strength, but it's really just belligerence, you know? You guys know people in your lives that are like this? Some people think that being utterly uncompromising in everything you do is a virtue. And some people think that being just like mean and spiteful and hostile and belligerent is strength, but it's just belligerence. And nobody likes that. Nobody likes being around someone who's fucking belligerent.
that as voters, we enable the Democrats to continue to a lot of times disappoint us and not do the right thing because they know, oh, well, we can just have a rotating villain and our voters will get over it. There needs to be
changing.
It is, but that's because people like us are talking about
it's
it.
changing. That's why I wanted to have this conversation with you, because I see online, I don't actively tweet because I have a private account and I have a list that I follow because I just get death threats and all sorts of stuff because Fox will feature me. But I see you fighting.
T-Spirit, thank you so much for 96 months. Appreciate it.
With establishment Democrat people.
I know. I admit it's like my addiction.
I get a kick out of it. And I see this kind of going, and I don't think it's so bad. I think it's kind of good because when I see this
is why somebody before in my Twitch chat was like, Jennifer Welsh is decent. I don't agree. I think she's being captured by the online left. I can only speculate. But some people, they just get off on the dopamine rush of online popularity, like online engagement. I think she's attracted to the online left is very engaged. Very engaged. Probably per capita, like the most engaged kind of block on social media. And I think I'm just speculating. I think Jennifer Welsh is like attracted to that. And so she wants to get in on that. She wants to be like a part of that. But the kind of engagement that's going on in the far left spaces is utterly toxic.
Fighting, it's always about something stupid and nothing very serious. And they seem to.
Can we get your opinion on the California governor race sometime? We just frankly need more polling. We need more polling right now to see what's going on, because my understanding is that Becerra has climbed a very decent amount. Steyer right now, I think, is leading with Porter behind him, and Becerra jumped up like a decent amount, but we definitely need some more polling in the next month to sort of get a sense of where the race is at.
Want these corporate Democrats, but they just don't outright say it. Like, I would respect these influencers if they said, I like a corporate Democrat. I like a Democrat that services both the public and the corporations arbitrarily as to how much they get in donations. I would respect that more. But we have in this city that you and I are both in right now, Zoran Mamdani, which I think is incredible what he did. He took on the Democratic establishment.
Name 5 people running. Well, okay. So there's Steyer, Porter, and Becerra. And then there's there's Hilton. And then there's another Republican that I can't remember his fucking name. And then there's 3 other Democrats. Bianco, is that his name? Okay, yeah.
Took on the billionaires. Andrew Cuomo is a very Trumpian style Democrat that refused to pack his toys up after he lost.
Yes.
And then he had to run again as an independent because he doesn't understand the word no. And Zoran is winning and governing and reminding these Democrats This is what government is supposed to do for us.
I don't even know if this Blake person likes Mamdani anymore. Just based on their personality, I would say the odds are very low. Like if I search Mamdani on Blake Lee's feed, what percentage of the most recent posts are going to be positive versus negative? I'm a Democrat. I would never support AOC for president. It would be suicidal for the Democratic Party. Okay, but didn't you hosts say the same thing about Zohran Mamdani? Zohran Mamdani has spent tons of time with Jewish leaders honoring Jewish holidays, but it's never enough for narcissistic, deranged Zionists. They're just casually conflating Jewishness and Zionism there. They're mad he celebrates Muslim holidays. All right, so she's kind of defending him a little bit there. Defending him against Islamophobia. Oh, March 18th. Wait, so you're telling me Zohran Mamdani capitulating to Zionist smears of him and his wife didn't stop the same hack from writing another hit piece? She didn't like that he condemned Susan Abdul Hawa. I don't know who that is. Looking at all the tweets slamming Zohran Mamdani for throwing his wife and the great activist Al-Buhawa. Oh, that's the woman who participated in like hijackings in like the 70s or the 80s, right? Mamdani isn't anti-Semitic and neither are the other two. You're just racist and bigoted against Muslims. You know what? Like, I would still say I would say she's still Team Mamdani. They're still Team Mamdani right now.
We don't have to hate it. Let's play this video for Blakely.
Do you think it's possible a democratic socialist platform can translate into something that's electorally viable in a statewide election or a national election, given that, according to Gallup, many older and rural voters still have issues with the label socialist?
You know, what I find is that
definitely not a national platform for like the presidency. I don't know. Does Platter call himself a democratic socialist? I don't even know.
New Yorkers ask me less about how I describe my politics and more about whether my politics includes them. And I think what we can see is that a democratic socialist politics is one that should be judged on its delivery, like any ideology. And what we're showing in this city is we can pursue the big things like universal child care and do the pothole politics at the same time that we're showing, and not just filling in the potholes, changing the catch basins, but also repaving over 1,000 miles of roadway.
But Mr. Mayor,
he's a national socialist, I thought. Oh, no.
Presidential and statewide elections are often decided in battleground regions that do not look like New York City.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. Before I was the mayor, I was an assembly member of Astoria in Long Island City. At that time, I was told that you could only be a democratic socialist in Northwest Queens. Then I became the mayor. Now the next question is the state. Then the next question will be the country. I think that this is a politics that can flourish anywhere because, frankly, there is only one majority in this country. That's the working class.
Well, that just has not been demonstrated yet. Maybe this time will be different.
It's time we have a politics that puts them at the heart of what it is that we're pursuing and not as part of the appendix.
He's so fucking good at this.
Yeah, he really is. I don't want to be a stan or whatever. I could try to, like my thing is like if and people got mad at me for it. If Zohran does something that I think is wrong, like when he endorsed Hakeem Jeffries, I will criticize him. But it's hard at moments like this not to love him. And I am such a big supporter of Zohran. So he's so talented. He's
incredibly
so
talented, and it's sincere.
Yes,
it is. I've had him on the pod in person. It is sincere. The reason why it's so easy for him to stay on script and that he can answer any question is because he genuinely believes it.
100%.
It's genuine, and he stays on that. So let me ask you this. Only 28% of Americans have a positive view of the Democratic Party right now. Only 28%. And so you're from Missouri originally?
Colorado.
Okay. So I'm from Oklahoma originally.
But don't you think, like, I keep getting stuck on this point, but the fact that the Democratic Party approval numbers are so bad right now, historically bad, wouldn't there be no better time than right now for there to be if not a complete takeover, like a significant takeover of the Democratic Party from the left flank. Like there's
Hutch
no
is completely stuck.
There's no time like the present for their movement to come in and capitalize on that discontent, capitalize on those horrible numbers, to replace a lot of these Democrats that they don't like. And yet, that's just not happening. It's not happening, certainly at scale. There's individual races, but as we examined just a few moments ago, their preferred candidates in congressional races have performed the worst in these special elections. So why is it that their movement can't use this moment to springboard into more like seats in Congress? Like, why? Doesn't that, as much time as people spend talking about how unpopular the Democratic Party is, I think it says something that even in this moment, they still can't figure out a way to perform better electorally. And so for as bad as the establishment is, or moderate or whatever, as bad as the Democratic Party is, like they're still not figuring this out. But how do you know they won't? I mean, I have not seen any signs outside of like Mamdani himself that this movement has become more disciplined, like disciplined enough to launch like a multi-state, like multi-district. Like I haven't seen anything, like they haven't changed their behavior. If anything, they've become like their bad behavior has become more ingrained. If anything, they've become more belligerent and more vitriolic. And I don't think a political movement that is so steeped in vitriol and hostility in the way that they are can ever really, I think the conditions could get so bad that they might become more viable, but they haven't given me any confidence. Like you're asking me like, how do you know they won't? Well, I don't, but like nothing they've shown me in the current moment indicates that they're more serious about becoming more disciplined and how they message. They're just as belligerent as they've always been. And so like there's a hard cap on how high they can climb. It's a self-imposed kind of like glass ceiling that they're operating underneath.
I am not so sure that if a politician took that brand of politics.
And the other thing too is like, what makes me even less confident in their ability to turn things around and to start having more success is because they don't, like the way that they talk about things, it's just not accurate. Like I don't even know if they know that they're not doing well. I don't know if they're aware of that. I get the opposite sense from them. When you go on their Twitter feeds and you listen to their rhetoric and you listen to the rhetoric of like the far left influencers or whatever, in their minds, they're like crushing it right now. And the Democratic Party are like beaten and battered and still losing. Like they still talk about the Democratic Party as though like, you know, you guys got to listen to us and elect more of us. Otherwise you're going to keep losing. So that tells me that they don't even know that the Democratic Party right now are fucking annihilating Republicans. And they don't even know that their candidates are performing worse. They're performing worse than the normie Democratic Party candidates. The normies are fucking eating good, bro. We're seeing 20-point over performances, 30 points, you know? And their margins are just like worse. And so like they don't seem to know that. So they've invented this like fantasy. And I don't know about you, but that doesn't inspire confidence. Like any movement that is deluding themselves into thinking that their popularity is like much higher than it actually is. It's like, that's not, that doesn't lend itself well to like sound political strategy in my opinion.
Reminding people who the scapegoating the proper.
I saw some big cope on Thursday. Was that the Mejia race? Yeah. Yeah. And I saw some takes where it was like, here, let me show you a take that I saw. Like, man, these centrist libs are so desperate to undermine, a progressive that they're inventing new standards. They're inventing new metrics. Like this one here. From the Election Center. Not sure what, but they weren't even the only account. I saw many, many people kind of doing the same thing. One thing that last night's election in New Jersey 11 shows us is that nothing will be enough for centrists. First, it was that progressives can't win. Now it's that progressives would actually have won by more if they were moderates. The goalposts will always move for them. They didn't mention like overperformance specifically in this post, but that is like what they're alluding to here. And this has been a consistent metric that pollsters have been using to evaluate the performance of a particular candidate. We've been using this very same metric for the last year and a half across dozens of races at the state and local level and national level. But there were so many people online that night that were like, oh, they're inventing new standards to suggest that the progressive actually didn't do that well. And it's like, well, no, they've been looking at this metric for the last year and a half. And according to that metric, these progressive candidates have not been overperforming at the same level as the more moderate candidates. Like, it's just demonstrably true. My BFF Shotgun, oh my God. Thank you so much for the tier 2 membership, buddy.
Villain, which is the billionaires, and not them personally, even though they're great villains to, just browbeat on, but it's the system.
Yes.
And took that, it might not be the first.
She did overperform. That's the thing. She did overperform. Relative to 2024, Mejia overperformed by, I think, 12 points, 13 points. So she improved on Trump's numbers in that district by 13 points. Like, that's good. But when you look at all the other over performances, D plus 25, D plus 17, D plus 17, D plus 16, D plus 23, those were stronger over performances. And that suggests like actual persuasion. Those kind of margins suggest that those candidates were actually like going beyond just like people don't like Trump, and they were actually persuading voters.
First election cycle, but over the course of 2 to 3 election cycles, I think this type of politics could pop off
100%
in flyover America.
100%, because first of all,
not until they get serious about electoral strategy. It's not going to happen until they get serious about electoral strategy and actually start having honest conversations about why their candidates struggle as much as they do. But they never get into those details. Like I rewatched the conversation that I had with Krystal Ball when she came on Live and Learn, and I asked her a year ago, like, what's going to be different this time around? Like, we keep getting told that this progressive wave is going to come and wash over the Democratic Party, and it just keeps not happening. So like, what's going to be different this time? Like what needs to change in order to make that happen? And Krystal's answer was basically like, well, things are so bad, they're going to go to they're going to find our candidates more appealing because things are so bad. And a year later, that's just not happening. Uh-oh, was I dropping frames? I don't know what happened. Are we still good? I started dropping frames. I don't know what happened. That I dropped 9,000 frames. What the fuck happened? Uh-oh. Is my stream still up on YouTube? YouTube, can you guys hear me? One person says no, the other person says yes. Let's take a gander. No, I'm still up. We're good.
they're like, oh, well, they might call you a socialist, as you rightly pointed out. They see no distinction. No. They think the most milquetoast lib is like a radical communist. Like 100%. It doesn't, they don't know what the word means. Keep your government hands off my Medicare. Like, it's like they don't know the difference. So like, yes, No, this is the gaslighting of the Democratic Party. That message absolutely could and would win. The reason why it doesn't make more progress is because the Democratic Party, whether it be their influence.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Boxstrap, are you still here? You asked me why I don't, how I know that they're not going to win in November and like take over the party. It's this right now. What she's about to say right now. As long as they continue to blame all of their losses on external forces, they will never change what they're doing. And if they don't change what they're doing, they're going to keep losing.
This is the gaslighting of the Democratic Party. That message absolutely could and would win. The reason why it doesn't make more progress is because the Democratic Party, whether it be their influencers that they pay to not admit that they like centrists, or the party themselves, the real reason why we are not getting that, and we're looking at Zoran going, oh my gosh, like this.
There's just no evidence for the claims that she's making here. And there's plenty of evidence. Like we kind of know like why their movement struggles as much as they do in terms of like how they perform with particular demographics. We have like a decent sense of why their numbers are like kind of mediocre at best.
Should happen all around the country. Why isn't it? Is because fundamentally, and this is not.
Look at the polls, Hutch. I do look at the polls. Some people say I look at the polls too much. I'm accused of being beholden to polls.
Going to get better until we confront it.
People will be like, okay, well, the progressives are way more popular because like, look at the polling on Israel, or, look at the polling on Medicare for all, or, they break it down into like individual opinion polls on certain issues. But that doesn't mean that like people find progressive candidates more palatable than they do. It's not the same thing. Like showing a poll from 2022 or whatever that's like 70% of the country likes Medicare for all. That doesn't mean like the progressives in this country are popular. That's not the same thing.
The Democratic Party wants to be.
You can have like good policy, but if people don't think you're a serious candidate, if they don't think that you're going to actually get stuff done when you get elected, then they might vote for someone who's more moderate, even though they identify with the progressive more. And that's like a rational calculation. Like I would make the same calculation. If you give me a moderate that is pragmatic and will work with the other members of the Congress to get legislation done, and you give me the choice between them and a super progressive that supports policies that I would want to see, like free public college education, paid family leave, or, maybe something that looks like single payer or whatever, but they have no experience in Washington, and they don't demonstrate to me that they would be like someone who would work with the party to get stuff done, I'm going to vote for the moderate because I feel like I would rather get stuff done than nothing done.
Be the party of the people without actually serving the people. They want to be the party of the people while still taking AIPAC money. They want to be the party of the people while still taking all the same donor money that the Republicans take. They want to take all the corporate money that Republicans take. They want to be the aesthetic.
Isn't the point they are finding them more? They are finding them more and more popular, while Dems are losing in popularity, and they also blame everything but themselves, just like leftists. I mean, so first of all, that sentence structure, we need to talk about that. But first of all, I don't know what the evidence is that her movement are becoming more and more popular. I don't know what that means. I don't think that's true. What is that based on? While Dems are losing in popularity, the approval numbers for the party are going down. The electoral results are fucking jacked to the tits. I don't know why people are spending more time talking about approval polls than election results. The election results are pretty unambiguous right now. And there's really nothing to support the claim that like her movement is getting more popular. I don't know what that is based on.
Of the working class without actually giving up the thing that makes them impossible. Because if you are going to be a politician and you're going to serve the people, you by definition have to reject the people that are corporatists and the billionaire class and all of the other corrupting influences of the money in politics and the fascists that fund the Republicans. They want to do that, to appeal to people and not let go of that money and not let go of that influence. And it is never going to happen. And that is the fight they constantly have. Republicans don't have that fight because their voters love the corruption. Their voters love being screwed
also,
over.
Blakely, because they're in a cult. And so this is my biggest thing. People.
Hutch, you never heard of black people. I'm putting you on timeout. Okay, listen. I'm timing you out. I'm going to do a 30-minute timeout. You're posting some bizarre stuff in my chat.
People say to me, and they probably say to you, why are you criticizing Democrats? And my response is, because we're not in a cult. As we get closer to an
Who, I want to know, Jennifer Welsh, who is asking you, why are you criticizing Democrats? Who is actually asking that? I follow so many people. I am so politically engaged. There are some, and I mean like it's very few and far between. There are some people that are like, don't criticize Democrats. It is a tiny, small, minute amount of people. No one's saying don't criticize Democrats. No one's saying don't. It's like, don't smear Democrats. Stop pushing false narratives. Stop lying. Stop inventing your own reality. Stop strawmanning the living fuck out of anyone who is just like 10% closer to the center. You literally have only one or the other. No one said her movement. I spoke in general. If not, why so much leftist fear mongering then? Approval polls don't suggest nothing. And to have historically low ones with this current admin is bonkers. Again, no introspection. I don't see. I think you're inventing, bro. When Kamala lost, were you engaged in were you engaged politically? Were you paying attention to the discourse when Kamala lost? Chat, tell me I'm crazy. For several months, all we talked about in liberal spaces was unpacking all the theories for why she lost. Tell me I'm making that up. It never ended. We still have these conversations. I know, like on Live and Learn, for example, that's all we talked about for months was like all the ways that, various those among us like on the pod, we all had different takes for like, and oftentimes overlapping for why she lost. When you tuned into the Bulwark and Midas Touch and MS Now and, Bill Maher and like Ezra Klein, just all these liberal spaces. That's all we fucking talked about was like her shortcomings, the shortcomings of her campaign, like what she could have done differently, what she could have done better. And then your answer was basically just, it was the economy, nothing she could have done, inflation, GG. Ooh, I'm going to time you out, Box Stripper. I'm going to time you out. There's a difference between centering the macroeconomic trends, which were undeniably massively influential in that election. But the idea that I didn't go into details about like the various ways that I mean, my biggest criticism of her was that I thought it was wildly irresponsible, not only from the Kamala Harris campaign, but the Democratic Party broadly, that was wildly irresponsible that they neglected the alternative media space to the extent that they did for so long. That was I think, catastrophic failure to just cede that space almost entirely to right wingers. That's right. That's why like week after week, like 9 out of the 10 most successful podcasts on fucking iTunes and Spotify and YouTube are right wing podcasts. Like we talked about that ad nauseum. So this idea that liberals don't do like self-appraisal, don't ask the question of like, why didn't we win that election is fucking insane. Uh-oh. Dropping frames again. It's doing that thing. I just got to reset my modem, I think. I don't know why it does this. I just got to be better at resetting my modem like every day, I guess. I don't really know why. Am I getting throttled? Is it? I don't know why it does this. Give it just a second. Give it just a second. Like when I, oh, hang on. Nope, it's still, oh, there we go. All right, that should be better. That should be better. Camille with 10 euro. You don't get it. Knowing they're a minority entices them. It's about feeling superior. They don't care for the reason. They want people to fawn over them. Cognitive dissonance is cope for their mediocrity. Damn. But that discourse, that constant months-long conversation that happened after Hillary lost and it happened after Kamala lost, like diving into the ways that those candidates could have run better campaigns, you fucking literally never see that from the left flank about their candidates. It never, ever happens. Ever. I have never seen it happen a single time. Not when Cori Bush lost her seat, not when Jamal Bowman lost his seat, not either of the times that Bernie Sanders lost the presidential primary. Not a single time that their preferred candidates never made it past a primary. I never have a single time seen that crowd dive into like how the candidate could have done something differently. It is always the same thing every time. AIPAC, the donors, the establishment, blah, blah, blah. Liberal media, blah, blah, blah. Every single time. LOL, this is your argument, dude? Hilarious. Tell me a single time. If I'm wrong, listen, I'm open to being wrong. I can be persuaded. I'm a reasonable man. Show me a single time when one of their chosen candidates either lost a primary or lost a general, and they didn't blame entirely external forces. Like, just give me one time that happened. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Is this a shot at AOC?
And AOC could tell you about the number of people, including Democrats, who will walk around the Capitol with their flag pin and all their interns running behind them, and they will just think they are so important. And then when you try to look at what they've actually done to move the needle, you're left wanting. And so part of the...
I think that was a little jab at AOC. I think it was. I could be misinterpreting that, but... Or no, maybe, you know what? Honestly, wait, hang on. That might be earnest. That might be her saying that AOC is more pragmatic than the others.
And AOC could tell you about the number of people, including Democrats, who will walk around the Capitol with their flag pin and
No, you know what? I think she's no, I think she's just genuinely complimenting AOC here.
all their interns running behind them, and they will just think they are so important. And then when you try to look at what they've actually done to move the needle, you're left wanting. And so part of the work has to be accountability. Part of it has to be about listening when we talk about issues like we just commemorated last week, Black Maternal Health Week, which I actually was responsible for getting the legislation when I was in the Senate.
Based in pragmatic pilled. It doesn't matter like what you believe. It doesn't matter what policies you would want to see happen if you could snap your fingers. Your ideology doesn't fucking matter. The question is when you become a lawmaker, like a legislator, and you get elected to the Congress, like what are you actually doing to get results? Like, what are you actually doing? Like, what did Cori Bush like actually do when she was in Congress? What did she actually get done? What did she change? How did she contribute to anyone's life getting better?
Essential primary and to an essential presidential election. That big thing that I had with Hassan, where he says, do you think the Democratic base takes your vote for granted? He's true about that. It's right. But at the end of the day, for me personally, having grown up in Oklahoma City and have a ton of LGBTQ plus friends and know people that are trying to raise a trans child there, at the end of the day, I will do a harm reduction vote because I know how traumatized.
Oh God, are we getting a... Wait, you just said it. This lady, man, I don't know what she believes. I don't know what she actually believes, because she did this song and dance when Hassan was there. And then Hassan said he would not vote for Gavin Newsom if it was Newsom versus Vance. And then the next day she comes out with a video defending Hassan and being like, you know what? He was right. He was right about that. Now I feel stupid because he was right about that. And now she's back to doing the thing that she was doing when she first spoke with Hassan, which is like, at the end of the day, I think about like vulnerable populations. And these are the reasons why I was still like, vote for the Democrat.
It is to live in a Republican supermajority state. But before we get to that, I think it's absolutely paramount that we criticize the Democratic Party. Most importantly, because why the hell did they stop a 50-state strategy? Because when you stop that in Oklahoma, you've got a gubernatorial race right now, Blakely, and they are out crazying each other because it's just a Republican primary, basically. Laser focused on woke trans ideology in the schools. We're talking about fucking Oklahoma here.
But they don't want to have an honest conversation about what it means to try to be competitive in districts in Oklahoma. Like, they don't want to actually have that conversation. What they'll do instead is just continuously, without any evidence, without any basis in reality, they will just continuously insist that the way you be competitive in Oklahoma is by running like Zohran Mamdani's and stuff.
You know, I mean, it's just utterly insane. But okay, last thoughts, and tell my listeners how they can follow you. Please follow them because they are always fighting with the moderate Democrats, and it's wildly entertaining. So tell them how to find you.
Thank you. I'm on every social media app for the most part. My handle is I am Blakely everywhere. So just like I am Blakely. YouTube, Twitter, Upscroll, shout out to Upscroll, Palestinian owned, Instagram alternative, TikTok alternative. So it's I'm Blakely on all of them. So yes, definitely please follow me, engage, stay politically active. I agree that going to what you said about the thing about harm reduction, but I'm also at the point where I believe that there needs to be accountability and that we need to, for me.
You agree with harm reduction. What does that actually mean in practice? Like that they are not interested in harm reduction votes at all.
I am not going to.
Why can't both these positions coexist? She's talking about personal choices versus messages she thinks are important to spread. I just don't know what she believes. I just don't know what she believes. Because I don't know, to me, I don't think you can reconcile these things. No, hang on. No. You cannot reconcile. You can't say that you would crawl through glass to vote for a Democrat because you've spent time in the deep South and you know what it's like to live under Republican governance and you know what Republicans do with power to hurt like marginalized people using their language. That you can't reconcile that with, for example, Hassan Piker saying he would not vote for Gavin Newsom if it was Newsom versus Vance. These are completely irreconcilable. It's one or the other. You cannot have both of those things at the same time. It doesn't make any sense. Either you're backtracking on the things that you're saying. Okay, well, maybe it isn't so bad for trans people in red states, or maybe voting for Democrats doesn't actually help those people, you know? Didn't cuss or violate terms of service. I just disagreed. Did I time you out? When did I time you out? Are you on a different account now?
Allow them to use marginalizations to basically continue to aid and abet fascism. And that is what they do. They throw trans people under the bus. They throw marginalized groups under the bus. And then come election
Just utter nonsense.
time, instead of actually doing anything to protect these groups, protect the poor, protect
Utter fucking nonsense. Just completely ignorant human being who just doesn't know shit about shit. Has no fucking idea what's actually going on in this country.
the working class. They basically hold us all hostage and go vote for us or else. And as
You're a grown up. Vote for whoever you're going to vote for, but you know, get fucked, man. Like we are not like the liberal kind of like center, I mean, like not the political center. I mean, like the liberal core of the Democratic Party are never going to cater to this fucking lunatic ever. Okay. Ever. Okay.
as we have seen, it's not just that it's immoral and we shouldn't be rewarding them for that holding us hostage. It's also, it's not just because I want to teach them a lesson, which by the way, I'm at the point where it's like, no, bitch, you need to earn my vote. You need to earn my vote. I am no longer just going to vote blue no matter who, because you hold my rights hostage.
I think that's it. I think us having a healthy electorate that says earn our vote. And Zoran took that very seriously. He went out, started at 1% and he earned.
And what does it tell you about our country that the voters have to be terrified?
How does this stream generate revenue? Wait, what the fuck kind of a question is that? On YouTube streams, it's super chats, ad revenue, and memberships. That's how the stream generates revenue. That's how every stream generates revenue. We could start doing like merch stuff, but I get pretty lazy with merch.
That they might lose their rights if.
Oh, you mean her stream? Oh, I'm sure she's making a shitload of money. She gets good views.
They don't allow the party that refuses to represent us to hold us hostage. So that's where I'm at. And I'm also at the point where there needs to just be a lot less putting up with that. I think a lot of Democrats and liberals who are good and well-meaning people have operated out of fear. And a lot of it, and I get it, I'm scared too.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been scared. Mm-hmm. But the other reason why I think it's imperative that we actually start getting more aggressive and holding them accountable. And by that, I mean, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries need to go. Oh. And the Democrats that are protecting them in the House and the Senate need to be held accountable and called out. And the other reason why I say that's so important.
I'm not going to lie, you know, just like there's a petty part of me. Does anyone sponsor political streams? Yeah. You can find sponsors for political YouTube stuff for sure. It's more common now for sure. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. There's a part of me that's like kind of petty, like because I want to get to these midterms. I'm so eager to get to these midterms. How much longer do we have to wait? 6.5 months. I just feel like these people need to be fucking put in their place. They need to understand, like, we will welcome people who are, you know, committed to actually like supporting the coalition and helping the coalition. Like, we'll take all the help we can get. It would be nice to have like certain people's help, you know? But I need like the normie Dems to just like feast on the flesh of Republicans electorally. And I just need these people to understand that whatever leverage, because they think they have leverage, like they're trying to create this leverage. That's why they say stuff like, oh, the Democrats are going to keep losing until they listen to us and like let us like lead the party. They keep saying that stuff because they think it creates leverage, but it's just not true. It's just not accurate. They live in a fucking delusion. And I need this midterm to fucking pierce that delusion. Like, I need them to understand what little leverage they have in this particular moment. But then again, like, I mean, never underestimate these people's ability to delude themselves into thinking whatever they want to think. And so I think, like, despite, like, no matter what the outcome is in November, they'll still try to find a way to further that narrative. And so what'll happen is there'll be like a couple high profile races that go their way, you know, like we'll give them like Plattner and like, I don't know, maybe one other race. I don't even know. couple other races, and then they'll hyper focus on those races and be like, see, like those candidates will perform like considerably worse than the other candidates, but they'll still find a way to just be like, that's what they did with Mamdani on the same night that Spanberger and Cheryl won, you know. So I'm not even confident that they would like learn the lesson, but it can't happen soon enough, because I think what happened after 2024, especially when the election was so close, was they were like, see, you fucking need us. You need us like fringe fucking lunatics. You know, they have to come to us now. And they just need a reality check. That's what they need. And I think that's what's going to happen. And fucking, I mean, didn't we downplay Mamdani? There's a difference between correcting false narratives and downplaying Mamdani. Like what Mamdani did was unmistakably impressive. Like he took on a political dynasty. I mean, he was a weakened political dynasty, but he took on a literal political dynasty, rose from relative obscurity, and was able to build a campaign that got significant national attention. He's also just like, he just comes across as very, and I don't know, listen, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that he says. Like we have very different ideologies. I'll say that. Like he is definitely like well to my left, but I have nothing but respect for him right now because he is pragmatic and he is intelligent, and he does seem to have a mind for this kind of thing. But there's a difference between correcting the record on Mamdani and like undermining Mamdani. Like when somebody says Mamdani is where all the energy is at, like Mamdani is like lighting the Democratic Party on fire. And so the party needs to like cater its messaging around his like tutelage or whatever. That is just like, there's no good argument for that claim. There's just that you can't really make a claim like that and demonstrate it with like actual just real data or voting trends or anything. It's all an online kind of manifestation. Like they want to fucking manifest that that's the reality. And so when you say something like that, you necessarily have to have people pushing back and being like, well, actually, you know, like, I don't understand what the argument is. Like, how does it make sense that Mamdani is lighting the beacons and showing the party what it needs to do to win when, you know, like, number one, his constituency does not look like 99% of the constituencies that exist in this country, okay? New York City is massively diverse. The demographic splits in that city look nothing like, you know, like the vast majority of the country. You know, the Virginia electorate looks way closer to the median electorate of all of these constituencies. And Spanberger won by 15 points. There's a much, much, much stronger argument for Spanberger being the model for national Democrats to follow if they want to win more elections. I would never say that, though. Like, I would never make that kind of like a broad claim. So anyways, all right, guys, we're going to call it there. Appreciate you guys once again tuning in to the stream, and people who subscribed and donated. I appreciate you guys. We'll be live tomorrow at the regular time. I am making an effort to start these streams closer to 8:30 these days. We got a little too used to starting the stream at like 9:30 a.m. So we're going to go back to the 8:30 start time. So I will see you guys bright and early in the morning tomorrow, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.